Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Board of Supervisors meeting of May 19th, 2015 to order. Mr. Pedro, would you please lead us in a salute to the flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First item on the agenda is oral communication. Public may speak on any item that is not on the printed agenda. I have a card from Mr. Paul McNall.
Greetings to the board. My name is Paul McNall, child advocate, and I'm here today to speak about CASA, which is an acronym standing for Court Appointed Special Advocate. It's a national program. It is accepted in 51 of the 58 counties in California, which is a big red flag for me. And one of the pennants flying off that flag is corruption. Any court that does not accept this program is insuspect with me, and a lot of other people too. What happens in CASA, being court-appointed special advocate, the advocate is trained in a national center somewhere. I didn't remember the name of it, but they get training. They donate their time and services for free in the best interest of the children, Section 300 of the Welfare and Institutions Code. It is a very noble program. The problem is it's court-appointed. And like I said, any court that doesn't accept it, especially juvenile court, is insuspect of me. Now, the way to change this is for the board to write a letter to the court and suggest strongly that the court accept and adopt CASA. If that doesn't work, which wouldn't surprise me, we'll take it to the court of public opinion via the Union Democrat and me and my stumping with signs on corners and stuff, which works really good. If that doesn't work, then we'll take it to the Board of Judicial Performance. Now I realize they've changed their name, but it's still where people like me, and I've been to their website, and it's very easy to do. Citizens just like me can bring up any judge in front of the Board of Judicial Performance. As long as they got their ducks all in a row, something will happen. So I strongly urge that the board solicit, advocate to the court, because something's going to happen one way or another, and I'd rather it happen with this board so I don't have to jump through a whole bunch more hoops. Next time that I'm here, I'll be talking about the color of the law, not its interpretations, but the color of the law, the true colors of the law, especially Welfare and Institutions Code 300, and we'll now call it Welfare and Institutions Code 827. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Please come forward.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Shelley Hance. I'm the Executive Director of the Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency. And our agency has operated a program for some years. It's called VITA, Volunteers in Tax Assistance, where volunteers and staff do taxes for income-eligible citizens here in Tuolumne County. That also, many are families that qualify for something called an earned income tax credit. Some of them, other than that, would not be needing to actually do their taxes. This year, we completed our year in Tuolumne with assisting with 120 tax returns, and our lead and main volunteer here, Steve Spangler, and staff Diana Venti, who manages the program, received an award from the IRS out of the Northern California region. We were selected as the top site in Tuolumne County, and they presented us with a nice plaque and this beautiful heavy eagle that Steve has. He's put over 100 hours. He's an advanced volunteer tax preparer, has been been with us for 2 years doing this work. The reason we were selected for this was due to customer service, the increase in number of families we were able to assist, which actually brought into our community over $177,000 to these families. And one of the main reasons as well was our work with customer service and fraud. And as you may have remembered, our county was one that was hit by some calling to our citizens with the IRS scam, saying that this was the IRS, et cetera. And our staff and volunteer worked very hard to help citizens get their returns and work through some of those problems. And so I just wanted to come before you and let you know that Tuolumne did receive this award.
Well, congratulations, and thank you for all that hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
You know I would.
Well, come on in.
Hi, my name is Dave Paul. I'm a resident of Cedar Ridge, and I'm here today, and I'd like to congratulate the people of Great Britain for electing a conservative majority and making it look like David Cameron will return for 5 more years as Prime Minister. Now, why is that important to Tuolumne County? Well, if we look at the message that David Cameron and the Conservative Party ran on, it had to do with the funding of public endeavor being made possible by the health of the economy. And compared to the Labor Party, their leader, Ed Miliband, wanted to seek tax increases now, which would stifle the economy, negating our ability to fund desired programs in the future. So what we have is a Milibanding about, and that is not realizing economic opportunity, yet seeking tax increases at the same time. That's not healthy for our economy, and to the people of Tuolumne County, I say, look around you. So what would be the first step for this board to start a new beginning? What is the link between this board and prior boards? The advice they receive from the county administrator's office. And I would suggest that we review the public record on matters such as closing Tuolumne General Hospital, the building of the Law and Justice Center, review the recommendations made by the county administrator's office, and then you decide. Is this good advice, or could we do something better? Anyway, to the people of Tuolumne County, look at the example set by Great Britain, and we can stop Milibanding about here in Tuolumne County, build a community we could be proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, I see no one else. Will the clerk please read our consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held May 5th, 2015, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3273 was published, resolution authorizing the Community Resources Agency Director and Deputy Community Resources Agency Director of Roads to execute on behalf of the County of Tuolumne applications, agreements, and other documents required for obtaining and administering funds for road improvement projects, and approving correspondence in opposition to Assembly Bill 1315, which would prohibit a public entity, charter city, or charter county from delegating to a contractor the development of a plan to prevent or reduce water pollution or runoff on public works contracts, and the responsibility for the completeness and accuracy of such plans. And item number 5 has been pulled and will be considered at a later date.
Thank you. Would the board like to pull any items on the consent calendar? Any public comment on the consent calendar? Bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move on consent calendar.
First and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 4-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item 6.
Consideration of approving a resolution proclaiming May 17 through 23, 2015 as Emergency Medical Services Week.
Good morning, board members. My name is Clarence Team. I'm the Emergency Medical Services Coordinator for Tuolumne County. Once again this year, it's my pleasure to come to you to ask for a resolution proclaiming May 17th through 23rd as EMS Week. This year's EMS Week theme is EMS Strong. EMS Strong is not about the individuals working EMS. It is about people working as a team. These teams are stronger and better than the sum of their parts and provide extremely high-quality care for their patients. Last year, these team members responded to over 6,500 calls in Tuolumne County. These teams include dispatchers, first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, and flight nurses from 17 different agencies, as well as mobile intensive care nurses and doctors, and other healthcare providers. It's important to recognize these multi-agency, multidisciplinary teams for their dedication and service. With that in mind, I respectfully request that the Board of Supervisors proclaim May 17th through 23rd, 2015 as EMS Week in Tuolumne County.
Thank you, Mr. Team. Looking for a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and second. Any public comment on this matter? A call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you, Mr. Team.
Okay.
Clerk, please read item number 7.
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition commending Bruce Dixon for his 38 years of service in emergency medical services.
Mr. Team.
Once again, Clarence Team, EMS Coordinator for Tuolumne County. Bruce Dixon began his EMS career in 1976, and we're not absolutely positive of that year, I found out this morning. So over that 38 years, more or less, Bruce has strived to provide the best of care for his patients. Bruce is known to be cantankerous from time to time. I think that's an understatement, but we love him. But if you're seriously ill or injured, he is amongst the most compassionate and competent paramedic you could hope for. Bruce has always advocated for his patient and the EMS system. My fondest memory of Bruce was a couple years ago we had an active shooter drill. And Bruce took some young EMTs and paramedics under his wing, so to speak, and mentored them on how to run a multi-casualty incident, giving them those little tidbits of wisdom that took him years to find, and hoping that would make them a better paramedic or EMT and make the system better. I would like to thank the board for recognizing Bruce's work and all that he has done for the citizens of Tuolumne County in his years of service.
Okay, what I'd like to do is call for a motion to accept this resolution. Then, Mr. Team, I'd like to have you read it afterward, if that's okay.
I'll move in favor of the motion.
Okay, we have first, we have a second. Any public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
Can we have Bruce stand and we recognize he's here today? I'd like that.
Have him come up.
Come on up, Bruce.
I will. There he is.
You want to come up or are you going to stay there?
Yeah, that's a good place to be. But as he's coming up, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 4-0.
Okay. Certificate of recognition from the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. Whereas Bruce Dixon began his career on June 1st, 1976 as an emergency medical technician, and whereas Bruce was amongst the first paramedics certified to provide advanced life support treatment in Tuolumne County, and whereas for the past 38 years, Bruce has performed his duties in an exemplary manner, striving always to provide outstanding service to patients, co-workers, and other county departments. And whereas Bruce provided mentoring for many first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, and mobile intensive care nurses. And whereas Bruce retired from Tuolumne County Ambulance Service on October 18, 2014. And whereas Bruce is hereby commended by the Board of Supervisors for his years of dedicated service to Tuolumne County Ambulance Service and the Tuolumne County Emergency Medical Services System. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors does hereby join the Tuolumne County Emergency Medical Care Committee, Emergency Medical Services Agency, and Tuolumne County Ambulance Service for expressing their sincere appreciation for Bruce's service and commitment and devotion given to the citizens of Tuolumne County.
Okay, will the clerk please read item number 8?
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for Sean Brennan for his nomination and acceptance into the United States Military Academy at West Point, New York.
I'm Brian Malacy with Congressman Tom McClintock's office. I run the Military Academy program for the Congressman. We nominate high school students throughout our congressional district get into the Naval Academy, Air Force Academy, West Point, and Merchant Marine Academy. I want to thank Carl Rotifer, Supervisor Rotifer, for serving on our review panel this year to nominate the students. We interviewed 50 students throughout our congressional district this year. We received appointments for 12 of them, and one of those is Sean Brennan. These are the best of the best for the students in the United States. They have top academics, top sports, top community service. Right now, I'd like, on behalf of the Congressman's office, I'd like to present this congressional certificate. It reads, Certificate of Special Congressional Recognition presented to Sean Brennan on the occasion of your appointment to the U.S. Military Academy, May 19th, 2015. Thank you.
Thank you. What I would like to do is call for a motion.
Supervisor?
Yes, please.
Yeah, if you will indulge me for just a second.
Okay.
Because I think there are a few highlights here that I'd like to capture.
Okay.
As was recognized, these students have to excel in academics, athletics, and leadership. And it is just with such great pride that I want to. Sean Brennan is going to graduate with a cumulative GPA of 4.25. This year he held a 4.8. I didn't know there was such a thing as a 4.8 GPA. He was involved in cross country and track. He served as captain of the cross country team. And then in addition to that, he was president of the CSF club. Clearly, he has excelled in all three. And to the degree that, as was mentioned, these appointments are made, Sean actually received his acceptance early. And I believe the colonel at West Point said that in his entire 15 years of doing this, he's only seen 2 or 3 students receive an early acceptance. And so at the appropriate time, I'd like to make the motion.
Okay, please make the motion.
Okay. I move that the Board of Supervisors approve a certificate of recognition for Sean Brennan.
Mr. Chairman, Sean, you make us proud. I don't know how to say it any simpler than that. Young men like you are an example for all our young people. I mean, you excel, and from what I can tell, you excel in virtually everything, which is amazing. Very proud to have you represent Tuolumne County and to go forth and serve our nation like you intend to do, obviously, by going to the military academy. I want to say congratulations, and like I said, we're very proud of you. And I'll second the motion.
Thank you. It is a great honor to be able to present this recognition. So I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Supervisor Brennan, would you please present that?
I'd be honored to,
certificate?
and I'd like to also add that these accomplishments don't happen in a vacuum, and I'd like to recognize his parents, Dan and Audrey Brennan, also. Sean Brennan, a Sonora High senior, is to be commended on his nomination and appointment to attend the prestigious and highly competitive United States Military Academy, West Point. Therefore, on behalf of the residents of Tuolumne County, the Board of Supervisors, we hereby congratulate Sean Brennan on his appointment. With great pride.
Okay, those are feel-good moments.
A little fun there, right?
Yes, a little fun. Will the clerk please read item 9?
Consideration of approving an agreement with Koff Associates, Inc. for airport on-call planning and environmental services.
Mr. Stuth.
Members of the board, this item is before you to approve the 5-year on-call plan and environmental services contract with Hoffman and Associates. There it is.
Okay.
As I said before, this is to approve the 5-year on-call planning and services contract with Kaufman and Associates. As you know, the airport conducts numerous amounts of work. Oftentimes, this amount of work is not under the ability of the staff to do alone. So we often bring on consultants to do select services. This is one of those contracts that we're bringing on to have the consultant help us with our upcoming Columbia Airport Master Plan. It is a project that we are going to be undertaking for the next 18 months. This is a result of a long selection process. We did a request for qualifications back in November. We had finally selected them in February, and as a result of the last few months, gone through contracting, and the final contract is before you for approval.
Any questions by the board? Okay, any public comment? Bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move approval of the agreement with Kaufman Associates for airport on-call planning and environmental services.
Second.
First and second, just want to add that it's nice to see things moving forward, so let's keep it going. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, none. Passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk, please read item 10.
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving the summary vacation of a portion of an alley in the south addition to the town's site of Carter at 18626 Laurel Avenue in Tuolumne.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Marilyn
Morning.
Fitzsimmons, County Surveyor. And before you today is a request for the vacation of a portion of a 20-foot wide alley in Block 29 of the south addition of the town site of Carter, located at 18626 Laurel Avenue in Tuolumne. This alley was originally created on the map of the south addition of the town site of Carter in 1901. While the alley was created on paper by the 1901 map, we have no evidence that it was ever improved as an access. Mr. Knowles' request for this vacation was prompted when a neighbor to the northwest of his property had the location of the alley surveyed with the intent of building a driveway. It was due to the survey that Mr. Knowles discovered his fenced side yard was actually the alley. He also found that a portion of his house, concrete patio, retaining walls, trees, and plantings encroached into the alley. He was immediately concerned that if the alley were ever developed as an access, the value of his property would be damaged significantly. Mr. Knowles requested that the east 10-feet wide portion of the 20-foot wide alley be vacated. He explained in a letter included with his application that he purchased his property in 1993 and that the fence and improvements existed at that time. He also stated that the house was built in 1900 and that the fence appears to be of similar age. Mr. Knowles also points out that the east 10 feet of the alley to the north of him was also previously vacated. Excuse me. Mr. Knowles' application also includes letters from concerned neighbors in support of his request for vacation. We were also informed that the alley contains water and sewer lines of unknown locations. For this reason, it's recommended that the alley be retained as a public utility easement. The Roads Division of the Community Resources Agency responded without objection to the vacation, but due to the existing utilities and the potential need to access them, it is their recommendation that an 8-foot wide vacation be approved rather than the 10-foot wide. The Planning Division responded the proposed vacation would not be inconsistent with the general plan. The Fire Prevention Division had no objection to the proposed vacation. And the non-motorized element of the Regional Transportation Plan indicates that no facilities are planned for the area. The proposed vacation does meet the requirements of the Streets and Highway Code, Section 8331, for a summary vacation, because for a period of 5 consecutive years, the alley has been impassable for vehicle travel, and no public money was expended for its maintenance. It is our recommendation that the board approve a vacation of an 8-foot wide portion of the alley. Mr. Nolf, however, has petitioned the board to approve a vacation of 10 feet. The width of the vacation is up to your discretion, so you have some options. First, you have the option not to approve, just simply deny the vacation, the request, leave it as it is. If you choose to approve the vacation, we've provided 2 resolutions in your packet, one describing an 8-foot wide vacation and one describing a 10-foot wide vacation. If you do approve the vacation, you are required to retain the alley as a public utility easement due to the presence of the utilities.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Royce.
Yeah, I
And
think.
Mr. Nolf is here to speak also.
Sure. Just can you dig in a little more detail the difference between the 8 and 10 and why, with the utility easement, why would you want to keep 12 versus 10?
I think Mr. York should respond to that.
Can you just. I think
Duke
that's the
York,
issue.
Deputy Director in charge of Roads Division. My recommendation for the 8 versus going along with the requested 10 had to do with the physical ability to make use of the remainder of the alleyway. If you have a 12-foot remainder and you choose to build a 10-foot wide one-way roadway, which is our minimum standard, you can build something in a 12. It's a little, if you only have 10, you can't build a 10-foot wide road and a 10-foot wide easement. So my thinking when I made the proposal was to allow for an sufficient width that the alleyway would still be able to function marginally for future access. We were aware of the utilities that are up there, there's sewer, water, and in looking at the alleyway, because it's been fenced for so long, the neighbors have kind of put the ditch just outside the alleyway and if they ever wanted to improve the ditch in conjunction with the road, they'd need 12 feet.
Do you have any information on how much the house is currently encroaching into the alleyway? I went out there and visited, and I kind of looked at it, but I was just curious if you had a hard number. I know the setback for this house is 6 feet.
Yeah.
If I could answer that, please. There was no accurate survey provided to us of the location of the house in relationship to the lines.
The exact amount. Okay.
And so we don't have an accurate location as to setbacks. That was talked about to Mr. Nolf. He chose not to provide that. He felt that it was fairly obvious by the survey work that had been done to the north of his conditions. So that's what we're presenting you here now. We don't have an accurate location.
Question for Mr. York. I think I heard that this has never been used as an alleyway for access.
That is correct. It was fenced. The entire 20 feet was fenced.
Okay, and then I look at the map. You have the map in front of you? Mr. Nolf's property does not extend all the way through. It's not a great picture, but I don't see any place where this is ultimately going if you were to put an alleyway in, and I'm not sure what the purpose would be for retaining it for an alleyway. And it seems too narrow, and I have no idea how wide it is where it narrows beyond Mr. Nolf's property.
I think it's 10.
It narrows to 10 feet.
It narrows to 10 feet. So we're going to keep 12 feet, but then it narrows to 10 feet, so we're making access. Why? Just because it's convenient for future? We're never going to put an alleyway in there, are we?
Well, we wouldn't be the ones that would be doing it as a capital project, most likely. A lot of these vacant or underutilized alleyways, usually they're developed by adjacent property owners because they can now use alleyways as their, in addition to their secondary access, they can also use it as access to their properties. We passed an ordinance
4 years ago.
Yeah, 4 years ago, that allowed them to utilize them. Prior to that, alleyways could not be used as their access. So when I looked at it, and there was someone that had approached us about utilizing it for an access.
There was somebody on this particular spot?
Yeah.
If you look at the map, Randy, it's parcel 009-18710. They do already have a primary access, though, but they're trying to get a through road.
But my problem is that it narrows,
10
you
feet up
just
above.
said, to 10 feet up there.
I agree.
And so we're being a little inconsistent
Yeah.
to say we want 12 feet, and then it narrows to 10 feet for the guy who may use it. I mean, if he can get by in 10 feet immediately adjacent to his property, he can get by with 10 feet all the way.
But doesn't that would not meet our road standards for driveways if we?
It would be a utility easement.
Yeah, it would be. Well, first of all, there is water and sewer that goes up there right now,
We
which
have
is
to maintain
totally,
that. That has to stay.
Totally within the enclosed side yard of Mr. Null's property.
Oh, it's inside his property?
Oh, yeah. Inside the alleyway. It's inside the alleyway,
Okay.
which is fenced as though it's part of his yard.
Do we encroach on that if we go to 10 feet? Or we don't know where it is?
We don't know where those water and sewer lines, but we're leaving the PUE. The plan has always been to leave the PUE. If they ever had to work on those lines, though, there may be some disruption of its landscaping. But we don't know where those are. They're laterals that go up to the property owner to the north.
May I say one thing about the 12 feet? Near the bottom of the lots or the properties, it does become quite steep, which may, to connect to Laurel Avenue at the base, there may be some cut and fill that would be required more so than at the top. So it is reasonable to think that the 12 feet, it is practical to think that the 12 feet would be reasonable. That's the only other reason that to build something and have adequate space, I think, is what Mr. York was trying to accomplish, if it were ever built.
Yeah, I appreciate that concern, and I think you're thinking along the right lines, but I'm okay with the 10-foot. I looked at it. I went out there. It looks like the house is actually encroaching about 4 feet right now, and if you give them 10, it gives them a 6-foot setback, which is what our planning setbacks are for that area. And because it's not a through alley, because it only goes through that one parcel to the next section, which is only 10 feet, I'm okay with that. And there's no other parcels that would be their only access. They all have access from the other side where you can see Locust Street is. So I appreciate your logic, and I don't want to undermine what you're recommending. But after looking at it and just looking at the situation, I'm okay with 10.
I'd like to hear from the property owner if he's available.
Okay, we're going to ask for public comment.
Good morning, board members. You've addressed a lot of the issues that I had already, so I won't have to speak on those. I did have some pictures to kind of show you where the survey stakes were put in. And I did straighten. It's approximate, from where the ground surveys, and it's approximately 4 foot, like 3'9" something. It's kind of right in there. We did that the other day. And on the vicinity map that you have, as you've noticed, it narrows to 10 feet. Here's some additional pictures that 10 feet that goes behind. It's approximately a 15-foot step up in that 10 feet. It couldn't be built in that 10 feet. Mr. Rundle has also since, I talked to him yesterday because I was finally able to catch him, who owns the property 15012, which would connect. He signed, he hopes that it would never go through. It's only been a problem with that house below, and In fact, his wife even had thought, after being there for 40 years, had thought about moving if things had happened. So again, he's, and Mrs. King to the right on 18711, she was going to be here this morning, but she became sick. She wants it vacated, even though it's solely on, it's fenced in on that property where you see I'm on to the right in the yellow. So the road couldn't be built. In fact, if you look at where it narrows to 10 feet behind me, that's impossible. It would just dump into his yard because of the excavation that's happened over the years. These properties in the back, Mr. Rundle's is leveled to where his house has been, and then it steps down to where that trailer on 18710, it's been totally excavated. So it now drops down into a little pit with drainage. Actually, you'll see drainage pipes maybe in one of those pictures. So it couldn't go anywhere. It would just basically destroy the value of my house, serve no public. It would just go to the one house. No one else would even possibly use it. And the reason it did come to my attention is when my renter saw the survey stakes, he called me, he was concerned. He's been there about 9-10 years. I've always kept this, it's a 100-year-old house. I've kept it in good shape, kept decent people there. This would pretty much, it's only 672 square feet. It's got a little garage. It would pretty much destroy the whole intention of the little house. It would be hard to even keep someone in there. The yard is a big part of it. The attractiveness of this little house.
Okay, we have to keep your pictures once you gave them to us.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, any other public comment? Yes, please come forward.
Good morning. I am actually the renter at the house in question. I've been there since 2006. I have actually enjoyed a great time living that side of town. I'm good friends with all the neighbors there. Besides the points that Mr. Knopf brings out and some other people here, all the neighbors there are very highly concerned because this mobile home in question, where this alleyway is going to reach to, has been really a matter of concern for us, to me, ever since I've been there. The type of character that actually is rented to people there has been quite questionable. We have had a lot of drug dealing. The last person that actually lived there was Tuolumne's, one of Tuolumne's 10 most wanted men. He's now serving time in prison for gun possession in that house. The people before that, sorry to say it like this, but a bunch of druggies, real lowlifes, traffic at all times of the day, late at night. They come to buy drugs. They do drugs outside their homes. Same thing with the guy that lived there before. So it comes to the point that whether this alleyway can actually build, I myself don't see how. I mean, that would be a feat of engineering to actually accomplish that, especially in the back where he connects to his home over there. It will be a one-lane alleyway, no turnaround at the end of it. If I am an ambulance driver, I would never go in there. But ultimately, we are providing this mobile home, just more free playground for them to come in and out. When the surveyor came and surveyed the alleyway, the gentleman who owns this mobile home just bought it. He realized he lost 10 foot to his neighbor, 10 foot by 150, which means he doesn't even have connection between his backyard and his front yard, which pretty much renders his original intent. He told us he wanted to be able to come into the back and get out the front on Locust Street. But since he lost so much footage on one side of his houses, he has no connection between the back and the front. Therefore, the alleyway to him right now is really out of use. He can barely turn a truck around. Once he leaves, he comes into his backyard over there. He serves no purpose to the community except to allow the druggies to come in and out through the back instead of the front. It will come right 3-4 feet from my bedroom window. Mr. Knopf's house, I have to say, is a beautiful little jewel. It decorates our town. It brings out good renters like myself. I've been maintaining this place. I'm not a druggie. I'm not a criminal. I go to work every day. I'm a certified nursing assistant. My neighbor is a 911 operator. The guy behind there where the alleyway is actually going to end up over there is a retired man. He's been there for 40 years. He had a lot of troubles also with his place. I myself consider moving out. This man back there has been there 40 years. He considered moving out, although he owns his own place. So we believe this is going to destroy more than it's going to build. So that's my input. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Any more questions for staff?
Good to go?
Good to go.
All right. Once again, I appreciate the staff's effort and time in dealing with this sensitive situation, trying to take all considerations. But I will make a motion that we abandon 10-foot.
I'll second that.
And do you need me to include that I'm approving the attached resolution, retaining the 10-foot public utility easement, correct?
Okay. We have a first, second. Bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item 11.
Consideration of authorizing engineering staff to prepare and administer federal funding applications for guardrail replacement and local street sign replacement under the Highway Safety Improvement Program through the Federal Highway Administration.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. I'm Tonya Allen, Supervising Engineer of the CRA. The Highway Safety Improvement Program is funded under the 2012 Federal Transportation Act, Moving Ahead for Progress in the 21st Century, also known as MAP 21. The purpose of this program is to achieve significant reduction in traffic fatalities and serious injuries on all public roads. A call for projects has been issued under the Cycle 7, and the deadline for submitting the applications actually has changed from your board memo. We just got notice that it is July 31st, 2015. So the county will compete statewide with a benefit-to-cost ratio for safety improvements. The minimum is $100,000, and the maximum is $10 million that will be granted for each agency who is accepted. Engineering has identified 2 projects. We have a guardrail replacement project. This project will focus on the replacement of existing guardrails that have reached their extended life or guardrails that are continually being damaged by vehicles at various locations in the county. Locations that have been identified are along Jacksonville Road, J59, O'Burns Ferry Road, Rawhide Road, and Twainhart Drive and Little Fuller Road. The anticipated total cost of the project, including preliminary engineering, construction engineering, and construction, is $5.2 million. That's for various locations. We're going to
Guardrails?
combine it all, yeah.
Okay.
We also have identified a second local sign replacement project. This project will replace existing roadway signs that are non-compliant with the current Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, also known as the MUTCD, requirements on local roads that are maintained by the county. There's approximately 408 miles of local roads that the county maintains. This project would only replace the regulatory and warning signs that would comply with the funding guidelines. The anticipated cost of this project, including preliminary engineering, construction engineering, and construction, is $1.2 million. Because these projects are considered as countermeasures as listed in the Appendix B of the local roadway safety manual, they are considered 100% federal reimbursement as per the HSIP guidelines. So it is recommended that your board authorize staff to prepare and administer federal funding under the HSIP program.
Any questions? I do have one. In particular, it has to do with the guardrail. I brought this up a number of years ago, and it's the lower section of guardrail on Old Priest Grade. It's its location. It's been damaged a number of times, but its location in proximity to the edge of the roadway causes people to cross over the double yellow line into the uphill traffic. And as an experienced old grade driver, I've been into the bank. I've been watched a one of our snow plows clipped the bank because the car coming down the hill was on his side of the road. But I think you really need to look at that, and if there's any way of including that into this, it should be done. It's probably the worst guardrail situation that I know of, especially in my district, as far as a possible safety hazards. I don't know how many fender benders have been on that lower end, but there's always glass on the roadway where people have scraped that bank over the years. So
Okay.
just please look at it.
Yeah, we can look at it.
And I'll leave that at that. Yes.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank staff for going out and finding these opportunities, especially where they're 100% covered. And I want to say that I know there's a couple spots in my district. I was talking with Duke, I know, that don't have proper signage. A lot of that is not on county-maintained roads, but I think there are a couple spots that are actually on the county-maintained road. So prepared to make a motion if you're ready.
I'm ready.
So I would authorize the engineering division to prepare and administer federal funding applications for the guardrail replacement and local street sign replacement under the Highway Safety Improvement Program.
Second.
First and second. Any more public comment? Bring it back to the board for vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read the next item. 12.
Consideration of approving a standard agreement for professional services with MGE Engineering for design services associated with bridge preservation maintenance project, or prevention, sorry.
Ms. Allen.
Thank you. Tanya Allen, supervising engineer. In 2012,
I'm sorry,
your
can I
board-
interrupt for just
Sure.
a second? Procedure question for Supervisor Gray. Did we need to include the addition of looking at the guardrail that Supervisor Gray was talking about on Old Priest Road to the previous motion?
We understood that that was included based upon the chairman's request.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for the interruption.
Good
Okay.
clarification.
Please go forward.
Okay. In 2012, your board approved a list of 10 bridges, that was included in your memo, for staff to submit applications under the Federal Highway Administration funding under the Highway Bridge Program, also known as the HBP. In that, there is a special funding source known as the Bridge Preventative Maintenance Program. These funds are used for keeping the bridges maintained so that they never fall onto the rehabilitation or replacement list. In March 2013, funds were programmed into the Federal Transportation Improvement Improvement Plan, too many acronyms, FTIP. And in March 2014, the county was authorized to proceed with preliminary engineering for all 10 bridges. Engineering sent out a request for qualifications for civil engineering services, pre-qualifying consultants for their services, and subsequently sent out a request for proposals for this project. MGE, or MGE Engineering Incorporated, we also call it MGE, has been selected to provide the necessary professional services for this project. Preliminary engineering of the Bridge Preventative Maintenance Project will be completed in 2 phases. In Phase 1, MGE will perform topographic surveying and preliminary design. And in Phase 2, will include the completion of the plans and specifications for the project and bidding and construction support. Staff is proposing to award a contract to MGE for Phase 1 at this time, and Phase 2 will be presented as an amendment to the contract to your board at a later date. It is recommended that your board enter into a standard agreement for professional services with MGE Engineering Incorporated for the design services associated with the Bridge Preventative Maintenance Project in the amount not to exceed $41,565 for Phase 1.
Okay, any questions? Have we used MGE before?
Yes.
Okay. It just doesn't ring a bell. I don't know why. But a lot of things don't ring my bell. So. Okay, any public comment? Bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move on recommendation.
First and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passes 4-0. Thank you. Next item.
13, consideration of approving plan specifications and bid book for contract number 1661 Jackson Street, Yankee Hill Road, reconstruction project, and issuing a call for bids.
Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer for the CRA. On June 3rd, your board considered a list of road projects prepared by the CRA Engineering Division for the fiscal year 14-15. Your board selected Yankee Hill Road, Jackson Street, Parrots Ferry Road, and Dodge Ridge Road reconstruction projects at a total estimated cost of $849,100. On July 9th, the TCTC allocated $674,717 in RSTP funds that would go towards these projects. Back in May of 2013, your board also approved $891 in one-time funds that were appropriated in the road fund capital projects budget for this project, and the remainder of the funds were held in the paving projects account within that budget. The engineering division has prepared the plan specifications in the bid book for the Jackson Street Yankee Hill Road reconstruction project. The work to be done consists of, in general, cold foam in place recycling with a partial deck reclamation with foamed asphalt on the existing roadway, a rubberized chip seal, adjustment to existing ground utility frames and lids, and traffic striping. The total length of the project on Yankee Hill is 0.74 mile, with a bid additive up to 0.7 extra miles as the project allows. Engineering, Parrots Ferry reconstruction project was initially intended to be part of a combined bid with the Yankee Hill Street reconstruction project. However, while the county crews were performing preparation for the road reconstruction project, the condition of Parrots Ferry Road was found to be much worse than anticipated. After staff looked at it with the road crews and identified that the work was going to be a lot more, we reevaluated and had a systematic approach in reviewing the alternatives to reconstruct. Staff is looking to propose the change of method of a reconstruction to a full depth reclamation rather than a cold foam in place recycling, which is a partial depth. And just to make note, our Street Saver program doesn't look at it looks more at the surface treatments and how to address those. It doesn't really identify all the TIs, all the traffic. That's kind of engineering. So it's that further detailed analysis that we have to go through before we put a project out to bid, and that's where we are catching it now. And we are not going to include it as part of the Yankee Hill, but bring it back to your board at another time with reevaluating, with a pavement engineer to do a little bit more extensive coring, and similar to the process that we did on J59. In this project on Yankee Hill, we are also going to use force account for the requirement for cold in place recycling. If your pavement is severely alligatored, it does not break up well and meet the condition of the specs for the cold in place recycling. So in this case, we are using force account under Public Contract Code 22031 for an additional amount estimated of $25,000 in order to do dig-outs for at least 4 inches thick or as necessary to remove the additional material beneath the asphalt surface. This will also, like I said, help meet the conditions of the specifications for the contractor. A notice of exemption has been prepared under CEQA, and it is recommended that your board approve the plans, specifications, and bid book for the contract number 1661 Jackson Street Yankee Hill Road reconstruction project and issue a call for bids to be due on June 11th, 2015 at 2 o'clock, and reduce the appropriations from the road funds capital projects paving projects by $25,000 and increase the appropriations to the road fund capital projects, Jackson Street chip seal, by the same amount, based on the findings that are identified in your board memo.
Okay, any questions from the board? I do have one on the Parrots Ferry. Excuse me, go ahead, Supervisor Hammond.
Well, my question has to do with Parrots Ferry, too. I'm concerned. I think Parrots Ferry is really important. And I'm concerned since what I think I heard you say, that it's in worse shape and something different than what we originally talked about will have to be done there. By approving this, are we going to use up the money that we might not be able to do Parrots Ferry, or?
No, those funds would still remain in that capital line item budget. My concern is that we're going to need additional funding. So
well, that's exactly where I'm going.
Okay. The TI that what we found in our road records were very low, and to meet current standards, we feel it's best to meet the TI of the current standards, which is around 9, and so that's. When we did rough calculations of the pavement thickness, we looked at approximately 6 inches of asphalt rather than just doing a topping layer of 3. And so that's where the big cost is coming in. So we're still looking at possibly using RSTP exchange funds. This year, TCTC only had $57,000, which wouldn't be enough to accommodate the additional 3 inches of asphalt to go on top.
Well, here's the issue. I mean, I consider Parrots Ferry to be pretty vital. I mean, it's an in and out kind of a major access, and I don't want to take an action that would preclude us doing that. Mm-hmm. Give me your best judgment. How much more money do you think you're going to need?
Another $500,000.
Another $500,000.
So, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, you certainly do have an option to postpone any action on Yankee Hill Road and also the next item, Dodge Ridge Road, if you want to wait to see the actual cost estimate on Parrots Ferry once we've had the borings done and can determine the extent of the work that's needed, if you wish to wait to prioritize these projects. Because, again, the potential of another $500,000 at this point, we don't have a funding source for that.
Well, one of my problems is when we originally talked about this, I believe we talked about all three.
Yes, we did.
In the package, and we selected those. And I think I'd rather see the whole picture, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, the issue I have is Parrots Ferry is a much more traveled road. In my opinion, it's got some really bad rutting in it. To not do that and then do the other roads, I don't know if we're making the right decision there. I think we need to really find out what Parrots Ferry is going to cost and then decide whether we want to do Parrots Ferry or Yankee Hill is kind of where I'm at. I don't know where the rest of the board
I agree
is.
with that.
In your opinion, what would you do with this particular money?
I would use it all on Parrots Ferry. It's a more traveled road. It's the connection point to Calaveras County, all the corridor through Murphy's. Yeah. It's a highly traveled road, and it does need additional work on it.
Good answer. Go ahead.
I can't go without saying I don't want to let it pass the importance of Dodge Ridge Road as well. That is extremely critical for our tourist industry. There's a lot of people that travel that road, both in the summertime and the wintertime for camping and hiking and of course skiing. And that affects our TOT. That affects whether people choose to come up here or not. And Dodge Ridge has been hit really hard over the last couple of years because of the seasons that we've had. We haven't had the snow that they need, and I've been trying for years to get that road paved, and we've been doing it piece by piece by piece in little chunks.
The wrong way.
Yeah, it's the wrong way.
How much of delay are we talking about?
A few months. would hope to bring this to you in July so we could still get the construction done this season.
I would be in favor of bringing it back and certainly understand Dodge Ridge Road, but I think we need to know what we can do with that Parrots Ferry Road first. As you recall, we threw that Dodge Ridge in there because we had some money at the end. It wasn't originally our primary focus. The other roads were our primary focus, and we had this leftover money, and we sort of go to Dodge Ridge with it. So
you're right. Can I have one more thing though?
Sure. Won't get you anywhere.
The other trouble that we've had over the years is we've been always trying to get the Forest Highway money for that, and we continue to fail to be able to do that. And it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Eventually, I feel like we're going to either have to give up on that and bite the bullet and figure out a way to take care of that road because it's getting pretty bad. Yeah. So
I don't think there's any disagreement. Yeah. It's just that
it was
remembered where we were with it.
And you're right that doing just little pieces at a time is not the right way to do it, but it's difficult when you don't have the money to do it.
Do you need a vote or you need consensus?
I think
consensus to bring it back. Would that work?
Yes.
Council okay.
Yeah. And if we can do that as soon as possible to try to avoid missing our construction season.
Yeah. I think that's items 13 and 14, Mr. Chairman.
Correct. So would we want to pull?
Okay.
And then we can just not.
Please read item 14.
Consideration of approving plans and specs and bid book contract 1689 Dodge Ridge Road reconstruction and issuing a call for bids.
Okay. I think we understand that we're going to bring that back. You probably don't have to go into anything in depth on this.
No. I do want to add too on this. I always have hope. There's always hope. And Evan, your comment about going after the Federal Lands Access Program, we went twice on Evergreen and we've secured it this year. So for us to keep going on Dodge Ridge and actually do the whole mileage of it, we would still pursue that as staff and keep going forward in the light that the more support we get, the more opportunities we can show the PDC, which is the Project Development Committee, I think, that it is bringing a lot of economic generators to our county, that hopefully we will be successful.
Yeah, don't give up because that's...
I'm not saying give up. I'm just saying if it doesn't happen eventually, somehow that road's going to have to get fixed.
Okay, so we have consensus to bring it back as soon as you can so we don't miss paving season?
Yeah, that's our intent.
Okay. Did you have something, Duke, you want to add? Okay.
Well, thank you.
All right, thank you. Item 15.
Before lunch.
Consideration of approving correspondence in support of Assembly Bill 16, which would create the road maintenance and rehabilitation program.
There's our money.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Yes, the last discussion was a great segue into this item. We were just wrestling of how to come up with even $500,000 in additional dollars to make the necessary repairs to Parrots Ferry Road to bring it up to an acceptable level. This is not a new issue. Every year during budget time, and you're going to hear it later this morning again, is how are we going to fund our road maintenance and our rehabilitation and resurfacing of the 610 miles in the county's maintained road system. Well, there is not a full answer, but at least a partial answer to that issue that has been introduced by Senator Jim Beal, and that is Senate Bill 16. Under Senate Bill 16, the road maintenance and rehabilitation program would be created initially for a 5-year period with the ability for the legislature to reauthorize it in 5-year increments. We came to your board last year as with the results of our biannual update to our pavement condition program. And within the 2 years, when we initially did that study in 2012 to 2014, the condition index dropped from 46 to 41 in only 2 years. We identified an existing $92 million shortfall in what we need to maintain and rehabilitate our roads. That amount would grow to $319 million over the next 20 years if we continue funding our road program at its current level, which, again, this year we're just talking about the 3 projects that were proposed for construction that total about $1 million is all that we have. What Senator Beal is proposing would provide additional funding for road maintenance for both state and local roads. It does include raising taxes, which is not a popular thing to do. This would include some additional truck weight fees, increasing the gas tax by 10 cents per gallon, increasing diesel excise tax by 12 cents per gallon, increasing our vehicle license fee over 5 years, increase our vehicle registration fee by $35 per year, and also create an assessment on zero-emission vehicles that would be in addition to their vehicle registration fee. So this is proposed to be new revenue, not just reallocation of current revenue at the state level. The proposal is that 5% of the funds would be set aside for self-help counties. Those are counties that have adopted local sales taxes for their road needs. So there's a priority for those particular counties. The remaining funds would be allocated around a 50-50% share between state and local streets and roads. It is estimated that this would bring in $3.5 billion over the initial 5 years of the program. What does that mean to Tuolumne County? The California State Association of Counties has done an estimate, and that would bring in between $2.7 million to $3.5 million each year for 5 years. So using an average of $3 million a year, what does that really mean? It means that while it's not going to solve our problems, it is certainly more than we are spending on our roads. This could provide funding to improve 10 to 15 miles of roads per year with rehabilitations and resurfacing. Over 5 years, that'd be over 50 miles of roads of our system that could be funded for significant improvements. And so we have prepared a letter for your consideration to support this legislation. Supervisor Hanville contacted me and suggested a change to the letter, which would be on the second page, on the first paragraph, where we are talking about the benefits of this funding. He has suggested the addition of 2 sentences at the end of the paragraph that would state, without this additional funding, the roads in Tuolumne County and throughout California will continue to deteriorate at an alarming rate. The more the roads deteriorate, the greater the cost will be to rehabilitate them to an acceptable condition. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would ask your board to submit this correspondence in support of SB 16.
Any board comment? Go ahead, Supervisor
Sure,
Royce.
I've got a rant for you.
Okay.
This is so offensive to me. First of all, this is absolutely critical that we get these dollars. No doubt about it. And you can see for our last items, this is one of the most essential points of what we do here is our shared infrastructure for our community. And philosophically, that's one of the most important things we do to me. However, the way that the state is dealing with this is absolutely garbage. It is extremely manipulative, and it puts local governments in a position, and CSAC, to where it's a lose-lose. For years and years and years, the state steals the revenues that are already there, that are already supposed to be dedicated to these services. We already have one of the highest gas taxes in our entire nation. We pay truck fees already. We pay all of these things. And the reason that we're here looking at this proposal is because the state raids these funds. They use them for other non-essential services that the public does not approve, and then they put forward proposals like this and put us in a predicament to where either our roads fall apart or we consent to additional taxes. So I'm not okay with this, and I take this up at CSAC. I make the same pitch, and I think everyone agrees, but unfortunately there's nothing that they really feel they can do about it. And for me, it's just philosophically it's not okay to consent to this because they continue to do it. And there's no promise that these funds are going to even go to our roads. They can change that. This isn't constitutionally protected. A couple years, they have a budget problem. They can shuffle funds around, and you don't know where this money even goes. And if you vote for it, I understand why, and it's okay. And I'm very, very sympathetic to the needs of our roads. But this is just flat out wrong, and it's a perfect example of the way the state. I'm trying to think of a more appropriate word. It's disingenuous to the taxpayers.
Supervisor Hanveld.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And what it is a typical political ploy that they do. You want roads? You got to do this for me. They hold the things that we really need hostage so they can spend the money elsewhere. And I agree with you. There are no guarantees, and that makes it not acceptable. I did rewrite the letter, suggested a letter because I just thought it would strengthen the letter. I think we ought to need to send them a letter and tell them largely what you just said, that we object to that, and we really think they ought to be giving us the money that they originally promised us. And we ought to tell them the roads are falling apart. I mean, 46 to 41 in 2 years.
Yes.
We're going to be on gravel roads.
Yes.
So, I agree.
Yeah. Supervisor? And I agree with that. And we forget that in the state of California, our economy is largely dependent on commerce. And we are already at a huge disadvantage, and we see jobs leaving the state of California. And I just fundamentally object to the idea that we are going to increase the lion's share, the burden of this on a lot of it will fall to industry. And like I said, they are already having a difficulty being competitive, largely due to transportation costs. And it's so frustrating to be held hostage like this. And so I actually agree with Supervisor Hanfeld's suggestion.
So what we're looking at is rewriting this letter and say, thanks but no thanks. We want to get the money that we already have appropriated given to us, or the money that's already been taxed, like the weight fees that goes into the general fund and those other hidden fees. And I would agree. The only problem is I don't know if we'll ever get Dodge Ridge Road paved under the process that we're working on right now.
All of our roads suffer the way it is.
So there's the dilemma. Do we want to get our roads fixed, or do we want to take a political stand and say we're getting the word you didn't want to use, getting screwed? I mean, in a sense, what do we do?
I have an idea here, and I don't know if it is to our benefit to fight with the state on this issue, because you bite the hand that feeds you, and it doesn't always.
That $3 million may be $1 million by the time it gets to us.
Yeah, but however, CSAC is our advocacy group, and I feel maybe a letter to CSAC. I know they're advocating for this; they're trying to get this to happen.
Yes.
But it's just.
I think we ought to talk about it next week in the Transportation Committee meeting in Sacramento. The Ledge Conference has it there, and I think that we ought to take it there.
I'm sure it will.
Is there a deadline on this letter to get?
This is moving through the process fairly quickly, and I believe it's going to another committee hearing this week on the Appropriations Committee. So, I mean, it's up to your board if you want to not take action at this time.
If it gets to the Appropriation Committee, it's going to pass.
It's already passed the other committees, yes.
It's going to get voted on.
Maybe we're better off just saying nothing, and
whether
not poking them in the eye, but not signing off on it either.
I don't like poking them in the eye on this particular thing, but I think Supervisor's Hanveld's position to to collectively poke them in the eye through CSAC is a lot better than
Yeah.
than an individual
Yes.
attack.
That way we get both eyes?
I don't know. So this is one of those that you want to hold back and wait and see? Is that the position you want to take?
I don't think they need our letter to be able to pass it. I think we can be a little more strategic in dealing with CSAC, as Supervisor Hemvold said. Next week we'll be in Sacramento. We'll be at the Transportation Committee meeting, and we can make these points there without having our name on the record on somebody's desk in the Capitol.
Okay, so no action?
No action.
No action.
Thank you.
And you do need money, Bev, so.
I do need money.
Yeah.
And
doubt about
thank
it.
you
More the
for
better.
trying to find it.
Yes.
Please.
No harm in that.
Keep it up. 16.
Consideration of approving correspondence in support of AB 590 to continue state funding for California's biomass industry.
Good morning. Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. AB 590, this bill proposes to continue the subsidization of biomass plants and to reverse the trend of these plants closing due to financial problems. Currently, California does lead the nation in biomass energy production, but this could cease if these subsidies do not continue. Particularly in Tuolumne County, we have Pacific Ultra Power who receives this subsidy, and this subsidy would go away, meaning it would be very difficult for them to keep their doors open. We've already sent a letter from the Natural Resources Committee chair on this particular bill supporting it. It was heard on May 13th, but this bill is not done. It will be heard again, and so we felt it was important for the Board of Supervisors to consider adopting a letter of support of this bill when it is heard again by the Assembly and hopefully the Senate. This is what would happen if AB 590 is passed. It'll start at $74 million, will be put into a fund, and it'll go up over 5 years to $120 million put into this fund every year to provide these subsidies to keep these plants open. Of course, Tuolumne County, with the immense amount of biomass that's generated each year in the forest, and in particular as a result of the rim fire, we have massive piles of biomass waiting to be transported to these plants. They need a destination to arrive at and to generate this electricity. And for these reasons, to prevent the carbon dioxide emissions and other catastrophic wildfires that may result, we encourage you to adopt this letter from the Natural Resources Committee. They encourage adopting a letter of support for this bill.
Any questions? Any comment?
Just a quick comment. I want to recognize that this is just that these biomass plants have, for the past, I believe, at least 10 years, have had the subsidy in recognition primarily that they do reduce carbon emissions. And so with those offsets, these subsidies have been in place. And it is important to recognize that they don't compete financially predominantly with the natural gas industry, and so this is an important piece, keeping this here, recognizing the benefits to air quality.
Mr. Chairman, just an additional comment that she's absolutely right. It's in the data I've seen is on the order of 98% reduction in the criteria pollutants, and just left there, it produces the greenhouse gases on its own as it decays. It's fuel for additional fires unless it's piled and burned. This is the right thing to do, and we need to also get biomass recognized at power plants that are greater than 2 megawatts as renewable, because in fact it is. And so I fully support this.
Okay, any other board comments? Any public comment? Bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move on the recommendation.
First and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0. Thank you. Item 17, please.
Consideration of approving correspondence supporting a grant application from the Tuolumne River Trust related to rim fire biomass removal.
Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. once again, we have a biomass-related item. This is for a grant application. Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions has this collaborative of community partners, has proposed to submit a grant. Actually, they're doing it through the Tuolumne River Trust because they're a qualifying agency. So this is a greenhouse gas reduction grant through CAL FIRE, and they would like the county support. They are receiving, the submittal is for a $1.8 million grant to remove biomass from the rimfire area. And so there are many organizations who have already provided letters of support. Just some I know that, of course, Pacific Ultra Power, our own agricultural commissioners issued letters of support, TwoCare, a variety of organizations. And so we prepared a letter of support of this particular grant. It would be for a variety of reasons, from job creation, generating clean energy, reopening the deer corridor, agricultural benefits. So there's a letter that's been prepared. I welcome any edits to it.
Any questions? Comments?
Yeah, I think you cover it later, but in your little bullet points, you really mean preventing open burning in that first one, and you say it in the paragraph below. I just add that word.
Open?
Open?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other comments?
Just one quick one. I just want us to realize that the biomass is piling up exponentially. The Double Fork sale, which was the largest salvage sale that the Forest Service was offering, has not been picked up. And of that 20 million board feet, a lot of that, because it no longer has a commercial value, will be piled. And so the problem, again, it continues to grow out within the footprint of the
And to add to that, in the Natural Resources Committee, the Forest Service said if they don't sell it, one of the optimum solutions, without this kind of thing, is to pile it all and burn it.
Or wait for an appropriate time to burn it, pile it, and let it be fuel for the next fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, the answer is to get it out and burn it more
Absolutely.
efficiently. Okay, any other board comments? Any public comment? Bring it back for a motion.
Move on recommendation.
Second.
First and second.
Of course.
With
Right,
the change
change.
to prevent open burning. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Clerk, please read item 18.
Consideration of approving correspondence supporting SB 593.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this bill, SB 593, by Senator McGuire, is intended to help provide local government tools to ensure land use and tax payment compliance for the home sharing short-term rental industry. When we talk about this industry, we're talking about companies such as HomeAway, Vacation Rental by Owner, and Airbnb. And I'll say I've actually used those companies and so forth, and it's proven to be a good experience, doing so. So this is not something aimed at those industries, but it is trying to provide local government, such as ours, some means of making sure that land use considerations are taken into account, here, and to more than anything provide for a level playing field with the lodging industry that does pay transient occupancy tax. Some right now, some do, some don't when they go through these other hosting companies. So that's really what the issue revolves around here. County Council, the Treasurer Tax Collector, your Community Resource Director, myself, we have been in touch with the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau over this, Lodging Association over this. I don't believe anyone wants to do anything to affect the short-term rental industry in our community, but do want to have a level playing field within our community. And of course, we'd like to see the tax revenues from that to help offset the cost of government services that we provide associated with those rentals. So I provided a number of materials for you about SB 593, a number of committee analyses, an interesting packet from a hearing. Actually, I'm going to just give a little shout out to Shelley Peach, who got all that stuff. I'd like Shelley to come up. She's done a lot of research on this matter and talk about her experience in trying to enforce our TOT in Tuolumne County.
Good morning. Shelley Peach, Treasurer Tax Collector. Airbnb is a website for people to rent out their lodging. Airbnb takes a percentage out of every transaction. Airbnb has not collected the hotel-related taxes mandated by most jurisdictions, including ours. As the treasurer tax collector charged with collecting TOT, what have I been doing about this? I've had a dozen conversations with Airbnb, the most recent in March of this year. Airbnb said they will not be collecting TOT for Tuolumne County right now. They're starting with the largest populated areas. Airbnb will not provide the names of those owners advertising rentals in Tuolumne County. Airbnb will not change their contract with owners to allow the release of the information to the county, and Airbnb will not require owners to provide their TOT certificate number in their rental advertisement. Right now, no agents like Airbnb are remitting TOT directly to the county. Therefore, my collection efforts have been focused towards the owner. Last September, I issued a letter to all lodging establishments clarifying that both the hotel proprietor and the online booking agent who collect the rent are liable to pay the TOT. I'm working with the Visitors Bureau and members of the Lodging Association to communicate this issue to their constituents and to assist me in locating new vacation rental owners. I've made phone calls, mailed letters to those rentals where a phone number or address was provided. I worked with Pine Mountain Lake Association, Pine Mountain Custom Rentals, and several realtors in Groveland who provided a list of possible rentals. All leads were contacted. I had a TOT auditor come in last year and audit several lodging establishments. I contacted 4 TOT auditing firms and discussed the possibility of doing more audits and using geocoding to break down the location of vacation rentals. I drafted a TOT auditing RFP, and I'm waiting for funding to issue that. I have involved our county council in a potential litigation solution. I'm working with other tax collectors in California as part of a TOT committee. I wrote a letter supporting SB 593. Supporting SB 593 requires places like Airbnb to report and remit TOT. It acknowledges the concerns about fair competition between online hosting platforms and traditional hotel rentals. This bill attempts to reconcile the benefits from internet-based business models with the effects on competitors and community values.
Thank you. Any questions?
Just a comment, and maybe I need the legal, but the arrogance of Airbnb in your conversations bothers me because, first of all, they are willfully, if you will, ignoring the law, and I would call that tax evasion. That's probably a pretty strong word, but it seems like, do you have any idea how much money we're talking in Tuolumne County? I know nationwide it's big.
I don't have an exact figure.
Because there's no way to calculate.
I can tell you that from the lists I've been provided with address and phone numbers, about half are already signed up with TOT and the other half are new. I sign them up. They're mostly small homes, not a large volume of revenue there. But every little bit helps.
Okay.
So can we sue them?
Well, I think that question we may want to take in closed session. But we've been, sorry. Christopher Schmidt, Deputy County Counsel. We've been looking at this issue for a long time, and as far as enforcement, we believe both the online hosting platforms are liable under our ordinance. It depends on the local ordinance, but also the actual home operators are liable also. So we've been looking at enforcement against both. But as far as efficiency, the homeowners are liable, and we'd recommend that we enforce against them. But as far as litigation against the online hosting platform, although they're liable, we'd suggest we continue that conversation in closed session.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just for those that don't have the report, can I just hit the main points what this bill does?
Sure.
So people get an idea. This is not crazy. It just requires the hosting companies, this is the HomeAway, VRBO, Airbnbs of the world, that they provide quarterly reports to local governments to help them track, who these rentals are in their jurisdictions. It directs the hosting companies to not facilitate rentals of properties if such use is prohibited by by ordinance, which I assume would be zoning ordinance, which shouldn't be a big issue in Tuolumne County. But if they know that it's a particular area, it would be inappropriate, and we tell them they shouldn't be facilitating rentals in those particular cases. And then the last point is it allows governments to require those hosting companies to collect the applicable TOT. So it's not crazy. Let us know who's doing it in our jurisdiction. If they're doing it in an area that it's against zoning or other special conditions, don't facilitate rentals in that case and collect the TOT.
Essentially, just follow the rules everybody else has to follow.
That's it.
Right.
That's kind of basic.
I just want to thank Shelley for her leadership on this, and you hit it. This is just fairness for all taxpayers.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
Move in favor of the recommendation.
Second.
First and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Thank you. Do we want to recess until 11, or do you want to do reports now?
Yeah, do it.
Gotta grab a calendar.
Okay, we're going to start with Supervisor Hanvelt because I think he has something to report.
Oh, I do.
Reports.
Well, I first of all, I'd like to tell you that recovery is well on its way because the doctor has let me try and walk now. That's a good thing, I think. And I want to say thank you to the board for approving my travel to Washington, D.C. It was a really good opportunity for me, and I think for us. I'm passing out to you a full copy of my written testimony that I submitted. I worked on that right up till the very last second before I had to turn it in. I'm sure I would have added and corrected and all that kind of stuff if I'd have had more time. We went out there, crazy trip, flying back there and all that kind of stuff, and crazy trip flying back. The total hearing lasted maybe an hour and 40 minutes at the outside. There were five people invited to testify. Myself, a lawyer from, I forget where he's from, but he's some institute, and he did a lot of statistical data on where Forest Service, federal lands projects have been litigated. Some of the members of the panel, of the subcommittee, tried to read into those things a little more than perhaps they should have, and he was very tenacious about saying, you can't say that. That is not how we did the test, or the study. He said we have to do another study to figure that out. Anyway, he was pretty good. There was a supervisor, commissioner in this case, from Madison County, Montana. He had a few words to say. There was the National Director of Nature Conservancy, and he had a prepared statement. And there was a former chief of the U.S. Forest Service who also gave a pitch. His name was Bosworth. And as far as I can tell, with my help from my friend from the Union Democrat, found out that we got most of the press because I think I attempted to carry the message that you all gave me to carry, and I basically told them the process was broken. I said it was broken, and I said that it's hard to argue with the concept of NEPA. It's hard to argue with the concept of Environmental Species Act and the principles. It's hard to argue with equal access to justice, but when you combine them all, put them together along with the rules and the regulations that get in play, that the system is broken because it doesn't work. You get a null solution. You don't get to a solution that works, and that it was their job to fix it because it didn't work. And I used a lot of other things. You can read that all in my testimony on the questions. The ranking member, Representative Songus from Massachusetts, asked a question: if we could fix one thing, what would it be? And she didn't get through the answers from all the panelists in the first round, but when she got her second round, she asked the rest of us to answer. So I took the mic and told her, I says, it's litigation. I said, you heard in the earlier testimony that litigation impacts every single decision or project that's done on the forest. And I said, in some cases, they have, and since one of their jobs and their principles is to avoid litigation, that in fact, they have reduced, for instance, thinning projects from maybe a 65% thin, which would have been appropriate and actually been useful, to something around 30%, and that the data coming out of rimfire says that didn't work. When we did the comprehensive treatments, it did. So litigation influences negatively virtually every project and stymies the work that the Forest Service tries to do, and slows it down and costs more money. And the other point she tried to make was that forest fire suppression, and I don't remember the year she gave, but it was about 12%, and now it's over 50% of the budget, or that's a cost. And that if we did that, wouldn't that fix it? And I told her it would be a good start, but it would not fix it, because we're not doing enough on the forest when it was only 12%, and the problem has exacerbated because of the overgrown forest. So largely, I carried the message. I was told by a member of the staff, who is a former district ranger, by the way, and he used to work on the other side of the Sierra, I believe on the Toyabe. He told me that they were drafting the legislation, and that the testimony I gave both orally and written would be reflected in the legislation. So hopefully we made an impact. For me, it was a very worthwhile experience. I want to thank you all for doing that, and all the support I've also gotten from members of our community and our county. I've gotten notes from all over thanking me for doing that. So I extend that thanks to all of you.
And thank you for taking upon your injured body to do that. I know it had to be difficult. So. Supervisor Royce?
Sure. And I just want to say thanks to Randy also. I read your whole testimony. I didn't get to watch it, but in reading it, it was right on point. So good job. Well, let's see. I spent a good portion of our time since our last meeting, scuba diving and enjoying paradise. So I was off the grid, and I wish I could do that more often. But anyways, I'm back here. One of the things I did in the meantime was I attended the Sescentennial celebration at Curtis Creek on Saturday, and that was a very meaningful event to me personally, because I went to school there. My mom works there. My grandma worked there, and so it was a very nice event. And then yesterday I saw actually it wasn't yesterday, it was Sunday, the A's get their butts handed to them, and I'm not happy about that. So that's it.
Supervisor Brennan?
I haven't had anything quite that exciting as the last two reports in the last couple of weeks, but I did attend. Actually, I'll start with the Natural Resource Committee meeting that we had on the 12th, and the items that were generated out of that, and a lot of discussion around that double fork sale that has not sold on the forest, and actually was the largest of all the sales that they have prepared, and what some alternatives might be. There was a lot of good conversation out of the Natural Resource Committee on how that might be repackaged, and so hopefully it was real beneficial to the U.S. Forest Service folks sitting there. On Thursday, I attended a YES partnership meeting, and there was a lot of discussion around the child death review panels, teams that apparently at one time we did in Tuolumne County and has been dropped, and would like to look at how those might be brought back. And so we'll be having further discussions around that. On Friday, the 15th, I attended the Somerville FFA Awards Banquet. And while I did not have green and gold on from my district, I was really criticized for not wearing orange and black, even though I pointed out the colors of blue and gold were the appropriate color scheme for the evening. It was wonderful, again, to go to an event where you see so many youth that are doing good things, recognized for all of their hard efforts, and it just really, when we talk about agriculture and a very small population that is currently engaged with the production of food and fiber, not just in Tuolumne County, but in the state of California and in the United States. It's really energizing to see these youth and to see how passionate they are about the production, feeding the world, literally feeding the world. So that was a real honor to attend that. Yesterday I attended the Central Sierra Child Support JPA meeting with Supervisor Hanfelt in Jackson, and I don't have anything really to report out of that. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, County Council.
Last Monday, Supervisor Gray and I attended the Center for Biological Diversity versus Higgins, a rimfire restoration oral argument before the Ninth Circuit. We are waiting for an opinion from the Ninth Circuit. We hope to have something back in a couple of months, and it was a very, very good experience. I also am very pleased to announce a victory earlier this month after a federal jury trial. The lawsuit was named Dillman versus County of Tuolumne and Deputy David Vasquez, and alleged that the deputy used excessive force and wrongfully arrested plaintiffs in 2011 for trespassing and joyriding in a tri-dam boat on Lake Donnell. The plaintiffs attempted to convince the jury the deputy arrested and handcuffed the plaintiffs hastily without sufficient basis and failed to loosen their cuffs quickly enough after they complained of pain. But in his defense, I would have to say Deputy Vasquez is probably one of the best witnesses I've ever seen testify, and he testified how each of his actions that day complied with the Sheriff's Office Department policy, as well as explaining the safety reasons for each action that he took. And the jury just needed a couple of hours. They unanimously decided that he and the county were not liable to the plaintiffs. So my office would like to thank our outside trial counsel, James Anwell and Lynn Garcia, for their hard work on this case, as well as Deputy Vasquez and the Sheriff's Office for their professionalism in the underlying incident and their invaluable assistance to trial counsel, helping the jury understand the difficult choices that deputies make in the field, sometimes alone and far from backup. We also want to thank your board for supporting us in helping to take this case to trial. We feel like it was a very worthy cause, so thank you.
Thank you. Clerk.
I'm actually going to be reporting out today. Today is a special day. It's my anniversary, my wedding anniversary for 31 years. And also, it is the first day since 2003 that I served as the clerk of the board. So it's been 12 years. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you. Mr. Pedro.
Should have brought flowers. Actually, on behalf of Supervisor Rotifer, I'm going to pass down, I think Randy's already got a copy, but this is from ACWA, the Association of California Water Agencies. It's their suggested framework for improving the resiliency of California's headwaters. Carl, I know, thinks very highly of that document and wanted to make sure that the other members had a copy of that. So enjoy your reading on behalf of Supervisor Rotifer. And I'll just say in our office, have been very busy with drought activities, dry well claims or applications continue to roll in, continue to work on that. It's taking a lot of time, and they're still working with the Lake Don Pedro CSA or Community Service District, to help them secure the funding they need to get their new wells online and other things that they need to get through this drought emergency. Other than that, I'd mention that we did, Chief Probation Officer Del Arnold and Maureen Frank, Deputy CAO, and myself went to both Amador County and the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors and just made a presentation about our new juvenile facility, inviting them personally to come join us for the groundbreaking on June 2nd, and I think we will see some delegations, from both counties. So that was a good refresher, and it's always good to go to another county and make connections. And then I'll just say that we've been all about budgets of late, and we'll talk about that here in just a few minutes, so I will stop there.
Okay, a short report. As County Council mentioned, we did go to federal court. I found it a really good experience, but I did not like the 3.5-hour drive to San Francisco. Actually, coming back, it was only 2.5, but we're so fortunate to live up here in these mountains and not have to deal with that. But I did find it very interesting, and I think the council handling the case did a really good job. May 13th, we had a TCTC meeting, and for those that get Cable 8, that does appear on Cable 8, and I would encourage you to watch the program. There's a lot that goes on in Tuolumne County in transportation, and that's where you're going to find most of the information. Also, TCTC has a great web page. There's a lot going on with that organization, and I encourage you to find out more about it. Also, on the 13th, I had the pleasure of attending the luncheon for library volunteers. We have over 170 volunteers that spend their time helping at the libraries. That the amount of time they spend equates to about 4 full-time employees, and if you put that into dollars, it's probably $200,000 a year that is saved in taxpayers' money just because of the volunteers. So, if you have nothing to do, volunteer. It's a great way to participate in helping your county. And with that, that's in the report. We'll recess until 11 o'clock. Thank you. Call our meeting back to order. Will the clerk please read our 11 o'clock appointment?
Number 1.
Number 1, please.
Consideration of adopting the fiscal year 2014 through 2015 year-end budget review and all associated budgetary adjustments.
All right, who's going to handle this? Ms. Riggs.
Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. Okay, it's that time of year again. We get to do year-end budget. A lot of analysis goes on between the departments and our office, and of course jointly as well. So the good news is that this is one of the better reports we've had in a while for year-end, and all of our funds are expecting to end the year with a positive fund balance. I'm going to go through each of these fairly quickly, and then we can get into how this is affecting our 15-16 year budget and projections. So as I indicated, all of our governmental funds are projecting to end the year with a positive fund balance. There are some significant changes since we came before you for mid-year, and those are in the general fund. We had a decrease of about $150,000 from the mid-year, and that's primarily due to revenue decreases. Then we have road fund. Road fund, we came to you at the mid-year, and it was projected to end the year with a negative fund balance. I'm going off memory of about $137,000. As you can see on the Schedule A, they were now projecting it will end the year with a positive fund balance of about $740,000. And the primary reason is we, as you know, Secure Rural Schools was approved for 2 years. And then they have some kind of constraining a little this year so that they have some fund balance to carry into next year. As we know, we are going to have some significant issues with the HUDA tax being decreased and significant material decreases there. So with that being said, they are expecting to end the year with a much better fund balance than originally projected. Then as we go through the Social Services Fund, and over the last 4 years, as you know, the Social Services Fund has been under Human Services Agency with the 3 funds. They're going through significant changes with realignment, and that changes every time they go into another conference. They're alerted that the way that the funding is flowing into their different funds, it will change. And that's why each time we come before you, you do see material changes in the way that their revenues are flowing in and out. But they are expecting to end the year better than what they have projected at mid-year. With our enterprise funds, this is where we do have one change from what's in the memo. Originally, we had stated that the Pine Mountain Lake Airport was projected in the year with a negative fund balance. With some work that had happened and some new information that came out yesterday afternoon, that fund is expecting to have higher revenues. And there, as a result, I think it was about maybe $300, if that would be at an issue. And so what that means is that when we get towards the end of the year, there's a transfer that takes place from Pine Mountain Lake into the Columbia Airport Fund. When the auditor controller looks at those funds, she'll make sure it ends up whole, but may not need to make that entire transfer that your board has approved in the adopted budget. Quickly, general revenues. Our general revenues are slightly lower than what we had projected at mid-year, and the reason for that is about $57,000 less, and that is a net between some that we projected would increase, but we had a significant decrease in the way that some realignment funds flow into the general fund. And it was essentially we've gone from about $200,000 from what we've received in the past to $37,000, so that was a material decrease that we have corrected in the projection here. So you'll see on page 2 there is an adjusted ending fund balance chart for our governmental funds. So it gives you the projected ending fund balance. Then you can see what the contingency is in each of those departments, and then what the adjusted ending fund balance would be in the event that those contingencies do not need to be spent. And at this time, we're not asking that your approval to spend any of those contingencies. So that would be your beginning fund balance that you would see as we move into 15-16. There are in each of these, on pages 3 and 4, we go into detail of each of the departments. There are not that many this year that need to have increases in appropriations. I won't go through each of those. They're in the memo. They're not huge increases, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those for you. You will see on page 4 the general fund problems and opportunities, and this is included in each memo that we bring before you, where it really gives you a summary in the general fund of what it is that we need to have your approval for increased appropriations and how it is that we are recommending that you could approve those appropriations with funding. So we spoke about roads, that we go into pages 4 and 5 where it gives you more detail about the funds for both roads. We have airport construction, which does need to have, we need your approval to recognize revenue and expenditures in the amount of $6,228. The Human Services Fund, again, we've talked about the realignment. So when you see that budget detail sheet that is included in your memo, you'll see some very material changes in the way that the revenues are coming in and out of those funds. And unfortunately, that we could come as we get into the end of the year, that could change a little bit as we go forward. I spent some time on the phone with Wendy Hoffman-Brady, who is the HSA's Chief Financial Officer, and Ann has relayed that she is sending her to every single realignment conference that there is, trying to help and to better project what it is that we can expect for those three funds. And she's telling us Wendy says every time she goes to one of these conferences, they let them know, oh, there's been another change. So just to kind of keep you alert that is an ongoing process with the state. And then the other one, I do want to highlight that out of the Public Health Department, there are some slippers, as we call them. Those are transfers of realignment dollars out of the Public Health Fund into social services and into behavioral health. What the Human Services Agency would like to do is increase the transfer from public health into social services by an additional $75,000. So the total slipper from public health to DSS would be $225,000. And then right now there is not a slipper from public health into behavior health, but they would like to make that transfer, and that would be $100,000. Now, just reminding you, there is a cap on what they're allowed to transfer between those funds in any given year. So if we don't make that transfer this year, then it caps their ability and flexibility of what they can do into the future fiscal year as we work into 15-16. And then the only other one here is internal service funds or post-retirement insurance. There was an actuarial that was completed, and we would asking your approval to increase the appropriations of $8,809, and that would be using the existing fund balance. And that fund balance right now is $1.9 million, so there is sufficient funding within that fund to cover that increased appropriation. And then finally, on the watch list, we continue, as we've talked to you about drought and PILT and the HUDA revenues, we continue to watch over these and to actively work with CSAC, RCRC, and any of the other any of the other associations that kind of act on our behalf and our advocates, to work with them to see what is happening at the state and federal level. And then I did forget to tell you, I handed out an updated, this is the last page of the budget detail that is on the dais. And what this is in working with Debbie, our auditor controller, we have removed, you'll see there's a strike through in the Columbia Airport, and the reason for that is we now know that fund will almost come into balance. If it's a couple $100s out, there is already a transfer that takes place from Pine Mountain Lake to Columbia Airport. And in the event that there's a negative, she'll only transfer up to the amount that is needed to bring that fund into balance. So we've struck that completely out of the budget detail. And then I realized what did not print on the original that was in your memo was a post-retirement insurance appropriation increase of $8,809. And there was one other key item I forgot to mention in the Office of Emergency Services Cost Center. You may remember that back in March, your board had approved a reducing contingencies and increasing appropriations in the OES cost center so that we could reimburse ADCA for ineligible expenses related to rentals and the tanks, the installation of temporary tanks. Then I came back to you and let you know that that amount actually had decreased significantly to about half of that $22,000. What we are asking is that we would be able to use those existing dollars to help fund an analyst that we have pulled in from Human Services Agency. Ethan Beligmeyer was the Emergency Preparedness Coordinator for Public Health. He's been in helping with some of the drought-related tasks because, as you know, they've become quite cumbersome in the midst of budget season. It was really needed to have some additional help. So far, he's been there doing a great job, but we are asking that we may use these funds that are remaining to reimburse the Human Services Agency Fund, which actually it's DSS, for his time spent helping out with drought. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Royce.
Sure. First of all, good report. And you may have addressed this while I was reading and multitasking. The road fund, the carryover that we're looking at, because we got some of our revenue sources back. What's the plan for that? What are you guys proposing we do with the, was it $757,000 or something?
Well, right now, that's in the budget that's being developed, next item, but it's
Okay.
going to help support next year's budget, balancing next year's road fund budget.
Okay. Is that for capital projects, or is that more for...
Ideally, we'd be able to take that and use it for one-time things, but given the loss of the HUDA, which is $700,000 alone, it just about provides an offset, for 1 year.
Is that going to put us in a pickle for the... I guess we can talk about this one on the next
Right.
one. Yeah.
Supervisor Hamvold. Just a comment, it's a lot of millions of dollars that you all deal with, staff, and to be able to come in this time of year, this close and in this shape, I think is commendable. So apparently everybody is paying attention and doing the things they need to do. So thank you. I have no other questions. Any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I move approval of the 14-15 year-end budget review with the budgetary adjustments described and attached in Exhibit A, B, C, and D.
Do I have a second?
Second.
The first and second, call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Thank you. Next item.
Very good report.
Presentation on the status of the fiscal year 2015 through 16 recommended budget and consideration of directing staff on changes to the general strategies being used to develop same.
Mr. Pedro.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, something that's a new step that we put into our budget process, I think it was 2 years ago that we started this, but a year ago we formalized it, is to come to you towards the end of May with, okay, what is it starting to look like? It's not a cooked budget by any stretch, and I really want to emphasize that. Nothing here is a cooked, recommended, budget. It's a sneak peek into where we are in the progress of developing a budget. It is not an attempt at a balanced budget at this point. But this gives us a chance to report to the full board, where we're at in the process. Gives you an opportunity to provide any guidance at this early stage. It points to your first meeting in June, when we do come in with a full serious attempt at a balanced budget in all funds. If we're still experiencing difficulties or there's some opportunities that your board would like to seize upon, it gives your board the opportunity to give us guidance and direction at that early June meeting, which this year happens to fall on June 2nd. And then we'll make sure that those directions are complied with and reflected in the final proposed budget package, which will come to you on June 16. So this is that early snapshot of our where we're at in this year's budget development. So on the first page, it it reminds you that we did have our 2015 planning retreat in the end of January. Attached are a number of materials reminding, not that you probably needed it, but I put it in there anyway, reminding the board of what you said the major priorities were. There's a list in there, for example, of what departments had determined at that point were the highest priority positions, additions, or restorations, and those kinds of things. We put some numbers together just for you to be thinking about, like some of those areas of commitments in the capital world of the whole law and justice thing, juvenile and jail. What might a cost of living increase of 1% look like? It's not in the budget, but if we were to do something after the class and comp study, what would that look like? Et cetera. So those materials are there. But I know your board wanted to start looking to the future and encouraging departments to start looking past the moment and into the future so you can get a feel for what their needs and requests might be. Then we did our multi-year budget forecast. We came to you with a preliminary forecast in February 3rd, came back on March 17 with what we call the modified forecast. The modified forecast was shaped with three big things that were in there. One was the most recent PERS rates and fixed payments. And I really want to emphasize that's a big deal. This is the first time that the state has really, PERS, has really tried to set rates and also in conjunction fixed payments with an attempt to really make up ground in fully funding the liabilities of each jurisdiction that is invested in the PERS program. Certainly PERS has always been a big part of our budget, but they're really waking up and saying if we're going to have these programs, we need to fully fund it, and that resulted in a program of rates and fixed payments that are really intended for the first time to really begin to pay down those liabilities and fully fund those programs. So those were contained into our modified multi-year, along with what the Auditor Controller, Deb Russell, brought before you, which was also basically financing the payoff of a safety side fund that we had, part of our liability with respect to our safety employees. And by doing this financing, there's certainly payments associated with it, but what it does is it reduces those long-term costs. More importantly, again, it brings about a full payment, full funding of that liability. And so that's a really big deal. That's a big part of the story here, is the costs associated with that all combined. Second, we were concerned at that point, and it was reflected in the modified multi-year, that secure rural schools would not make it through Congress because it was getting awful late. This is March 17, and your board said don't assume that that's going to pass, even though we want it to. And then the highway user tax account, HUDA receipts, were also dropping per state action. The combined effect of that was about $1 million a year. We now know that secure rural schools did get approved for 2 years, giving us funding this fiscal year, 14-15, and additional funding in 15-16. But the HUDA receipts, there's really no hope in sight for that, and that's a difficult chore for the road fund, getting to what Supervisor Royce was starting to ask about. And then third was, we were saying, the jail is now moved to not a dream but a commitment. We're moving forward with it. And so we started to reflect for the first time in our multi-year some of those increased operational costs related to the jail starting in fiscal 18-19. So with that, and I'd also mention the only new staffing that was built into that multi-year were the approximately 11 positions associated with the new juvenile detention facility. And so that's what was reflected in the multi-year. You see on, I think it's page 2, a chart. I'm not going to go through that again. As I mentioned at that time, it shows a bunch of negative numbers, but as I reported to the board back in March, at these levels of numbers, the general fund wasn't showing a negative for this coming fiscal year of a little over $700,000. Wasn't making me too nervous because this was a forecast, not a budget. Road fund, very disturbing, at about a $1.8 million potential problem, and this is with no fund balance. None of these numbers reflect fund balance other than the $1 million that we set aside for contingencies each year in the general fund. And then the fire fund, not huge in the coming year. I think we can deal with that easily enough, but as you move forward into the future, that gets a little more expensive, and that's going to put more strain on our general fund. And then the very last thing I mentioned in that report with regard to that forecast was that this financial picture will make it very difficult to address a number of board and department priorities, moving forward. And I think the board recognized that as I presented this report. Next is the list of budget development strategies I went through with the board, and for your convenience, I went ahead and struck through the ones you said we don't want to do, like user fee, increased studies. Do not anticipate secure rural schools or additional HUDA funding at that time, but now we've got secure rural schools, so we will. We do want to continue to maximize fund balance for law and justice projects, apply new one-time sources to the law and justice projects. We want to maximize general fund transfers to capital for law and justice projects while not eliminating needed major maintenance projects in capital. If we need roofs, we replace them. We got to repair sidewalks, we do it, those kinds of things. Under cost reductions, we had talked about things, what can we do, like in the fire department, you said don't do this, and investigate elimination of remaining Amador stations. Didn't want to do that, so it struck out. Explore capping the transfer of TOT to the Visitors Bureau. Didn't want to do that. I'll just mention one other thing. Under item 9, you would direct consideration of only the most critical high priority positions submitted by departments, and the 4 categories that we talked about on March 17 was: does the position serve succession planning needs? Does it provide transition staffing for new services the board is committed to, such as the juvenile facility? An IT analyst to enhance service to all departments, which you heard about at the retreat. And then positions that can be funded on an ongoing basis from existing budget allocation levels and/or additional revenues. You said if someone said this position is more important than something we're doing currently, that's great. If you have additional revenue that substantially pays for it, then let's bring it forth. So those were some of the marching orders that we've been working with. But what's changed? I've already talked about secure rural schools at the federal level, so I won't belabor that. I will just mention again, we really need to keep our eye on PILT. We've got the funding that made us whole for this fiscal year, 14-15, but as we're sitting here, there's no law, statute, budgetary allocation for PILT in 15-16. But as I say that, that's the way it's been for the last several years. Not a good way to run a railroad, but that's what we have gotten from Congress. In the governor's May revise, I've just provided 3 things. And I'm just going to focus on the first one because that's really probably the most important of them all. That in the governor's May revise, he does call for the state to pay all outstanding pre-2004 SB mandate reimbursements. And last year when when he put out his budget, he talked about a little down payment the fiscal year that we're in, and then 2 payments over the next couple years to make us whole. Well, the governor's put forth full funding to get us repaid, all cities and counties repaid this year. I have made inquiries through CSAC, and they've made inquiries through Department of Finance. Certainly there's a list out there, otherwise how do they arrive at this number? And they just haven't given us the number yet, but I expect to have that sometime this week based on information I got back from CSAC. But I do expect that to be minimum in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. We'll just have to wait and see. But per the direction you gave me on the jail funding plan, we would take that one-time repayment of those pre-2000 mandates and put it towards the jail, knock down that net cost and any borrowing that we might do there. At the state, I'll just mention, even though we dealt with this this morning as far as the county's position, we are going to track SB 16, which could bring about substantial new funding for streets and roads throughout the state. There are a number of people lining up in support of it. I know your board wants to take a different approach with regard to funding roads and state participation. But if this thing really were to pass statewide, that would go a long ways to taking pressure off our road fund and providing much needed maintenance to our road system. So, with all that as background, as far as how we started the journey this year and what the big shifts are, we get to the budget. We went ahead and this year, following the spirit of our retreat, giving the departments the opportunity to put in requests to reflect what they think they really need to do the needs to begin doing their jobs the way they feel that they really should in the best way possible for the public. They were able to put in unconstrained budget requests. That's the first time we've done that since the Great Recession era started back in 2008. We used to say basically status quo budget, anything you want to add, we want that on the side this year, so just go ahead and put it in and let's see what happens in essence. And so we did that, and what you see on, was it page 4, is a chart where I compared the department requests compared to the multi-year projection. I adjusted the multi-year projection to include the same beginning fund balance, to be a apples-to-apples comparison, applied the same beginning balances, and you can see that in the general fund, there was a big negative there, about $4.7 million to do everything that had been requested, about 4.4 more than the multi-year would suggest. Roads, actually, through use of fund balance and the secure rural schools coming in, showed that potential deficit reduce. And in the fire fund, again, using fund balance and so forth, that's brought that projected deficit down substantially, as well. The large variances between the general fund's multi-year and the department request, revenue estimates, we noticed that revenue estimates for several departments were just decreased. So nothing, one thing by itself that stood out, just a lot of general declines in some of the revenues. There were 18.6 positions that were added in the general fund beyond the 11 associated with the juvenile facility. So that's a lot of new positions. There were also a number of requested upgrades in existing positions and reclassification of existing staff. And there were a number of significant increases in department line items such as training, expendable equipment, fixed assets, etc. Now, just that in that last category, one of the things we talked at the retreat was also building up the next generation, preparing for succession, making the best, investing in our best and brightest and all those kinds of things, and that takes training money, and those were reflected in those requests. So, these were all legitimate, things. But having said that, clearly we can't use this version of the budget, to use as our base, for building next year's when it would put us that far, out of balance. So what we ended up doing then to get an idea, for this meeting is what would a more status quo, budget look like. So what we did is we went in, had my staff go in, and on a very high-level basis, this does not reflect any final recommendation, on my part. Any line items that we touched, like I've told the department heads, I'm not married to a single number that's in there right now. We just wanted to get an idea, where are we, as far as preparing a budget. If you just get back to status quo on staffing, with some trimming of some of those big line items I just talked about. And then on page 5, then you see a chart where we dropped that negative in the general fund, from 4.7 million to about 1.9. So substantial progress that was made, but we're still substantially, out of whack. But having said that, again, there's been no attempt to really go in there and try and fully balance this yet. Just trying to get a feel, where are we if we were working on a true status quo budget. I did want to note, because I scratch my head because I go, wow, okay, so what's the difference between what explains the difference between the multi-year projection, which is a forecast, not a budget, because that's the danger of a forecast versus a budget. But I know that there's about $311,000 in some debt service that relates to activity in the capital fund for the new jail, actually for all the law and justice projects. And then one that I remembered after this was written is that our A87 reimbursements from other funds for overhead costs, since the multi-year was done, just the way the numbers fell is that those reimbursements dropped by about $282,000, so another $300,000-ish. So about $600,000 of that $1.7 million variance is between, in the general fund, is between those debt service payments that were not contemplated in A87. The rest I'd have to dig into the line items, and I don't think that's fruitful use of time. We just need to focus on what we're working with in the here and the now in a live budget system. But also you see that the road fund is very close to being in balance. Again, if we spent just another day, I could have come in here and showed a version of that being balanced. The fire fund, same thing. But just to give you an idea, where are we right now? What about the other county funds? Because I talk about, we touch on general roads and fire. Those are the main general fund and the ones that are general fund dependent for the most part. But what about all the others? Because I don't want to at least not address them and say something about them. But if you look at health, behavioral health, social services, ambulance, airports, all those other ones, we're very confident that within a few days of work with the departments, we can get those into balance and we'd be fine. Again, we have not attempted to balance this budget yet. This is just a sneak peek status report to you. The only thing I would mention was that in the governor's May revise, he does talk about changes in some of the realignment and Medi-Cal administration funding allocations, and there's some foreboding words that were used there about not quite the same level of funding in past years and those kinds of things. Some early reports from some of the association meetings happening in Sacramento already. We'll hear more about that next week. Didn't sound positive. It could have some negative effects on those funds. Okay, as we look towards trying to put the budget together and bring a balanced package to you based on a status quo budget, I asked myself, so I put it in the memo because I think you'd be asking and departments be asking, what about those high priority restorations? Your board set forth those 4 major criteria of what you thought of any additional requests we consider right now should meet one of those 4 criteria. So on the dais, I mentioned that I would provide this today. Just going through the list that was part of attachment B in your package, I went ahead and applied those criteria. And there are 4 positions that would serve succession planning needs that have been requested: a registered veterinary tech / shelter supervisor, a planner, a surveyor, 1-2, an election supervisor. These are not in any priority order. I think it just fell how department alpha order of the departments that was part of the spreadsheet in your packet. Provides transition staffing for new services the board is committed to. There you can see the composition of the staff that would come on board for the new juvenile detention facility. And I do want to apologize in the in the backup. There's confusing start dates. We are not planning to start these positions on July 1st, 2015, since it's not going to be in operation until like November of 16. That shouldn't have been in there. I know that the Chief Probation Officer is looking to start 4 of these positions, like at the beginning of spring of 2016, and the others coming in June of 16. Getting ready for training and getting people on board so they can start doing shakedowns in August of 16, and looking to actually start operations in November of 16. So these are full year funding costs, not partial year funding costs that you see here. I just always want to make sure you see what the full load is. And so that's there. The IT analyst, that's the one position. And then as far as positions that can be funded on an ongoing basis with existing budget allocations or new revenue, there are proposals out there for using MyCore. If you remember, your board approved the submission of grants for that. We'll know in the middle of June whether we're successful with that. If that funding's approved, we'll put the positions and the revenues in, no problem. And also, could be some increased AB 109 money, but that goes through the Community Corrections Partnership process, where they usually meet in July-ish, and then your board is presented with a plan for approval, typically in early August. And as soon as that's been done, if indeed there's new revenues, new positions, we'll put the revenue, put the positions, no problem. So that's the list right now that I would be looking for. I would think the board would expect me to be working towards finding ways to get those positions, or as many of them as possible, into the budget. I think that'll be a part of our discussion on June 2nd, once we see what the budget is looking like. And if we don't feel comfortable adding positions without revenue offset at that point, we can always come back and reconsider those in our final budget hearing in August. We'll know a lot more. We'll have our fund balances. That may influence our cost estimates, revenue estimates, those kinds of things. We'll know more out of the state budget. And if we can't fit them in as part of the proposed, we can look at those again in the final budget hearing. In the capital budget, there's just a lot going on, in there, but particularly related to the whole law and justice complex. There's the completing the construction and equipping of the juvenile facility, extending roadways and infrastructure into the law and justice campus to the new jail site, and then provides funding to complete the design and bid documents for the new jail. And what I provided, just for inquiring minds that want to know, on another sheet on the dais, I gave you the breakdown of each of those components of those projects. And on the flip side, you could see, at least at this point, this is not a final recommendation to you by any stretch, but if I were having to package it based on what I know right now, this is what it would take to get the math to work out. I'll just mention probably the greatest interest, if you look at the regional juvenile facility. Actually, if you look at the detail, the list, not the spreadsheet, you can see we've put in $639,000 for potential construction change orders. Remember, our bids came in really good. We had $16 million in grant funds for construction, came in substantially less than that. I think it was $15,341. So that left $639 left. We would want to go ahead and budget that revenue and budget that expense, so your board would have latitude that if change orders came up, things that just happened during construction, opportunities to add things that we had dropped out of the initial scope, you'd have the revenue in order to support any expenses. From there, we have a big item there, $400,000 in furniture. We hope we can get that for less. I know that.
That's the allowance.
Yes, that's an allowance right now. And again, all this stuff will be refined because it's part of the whole funding approach is get the stuff as least costly as possible, and if we can use state dollars to pay for it, do it. So Chief Arnold and Maureen Frank in my office will be working together on trying to get that furniture stuff down, and whatever we need, if we can bolt it into the walls and get the state to pay for it, great. The only thing that was new that we hadn't thought about when I last spoke with you is that we do need to have we ought to call it, instead of a jail management system, we ought to call it a detention management system. That's a computer system to help them in the management of this new facility. That has not been scoped out yet and sent out, but that's a new item that had not been contemplated. So you can see how that totals up to that full line item. But if you deduct the 639, which is the SB 1022 grant funding, we're looking at about 644,000 net to finish off that project. But again, if we're just trying to do the math on all these different projects, we're looking at those three main projects. We're looking at just under $8 million to finish it. We're showing the use of previously designated funding, from the board, about $1.1 million. Some additional general fund, about $459,000. That's that fund balance beyond the million that we use for contingencies. We just finished the year-end report. Whatever comes in over that $1 million in fund balance, we'd peel off and put towards the jail. You can see the 639 from the state funding, and then you see right now it'd be like 5.8 almost million in borrowing to do all of this if we were to stop this today. And I'm figuring if we had to do lending and then have debt service payment beginning on that over a 10-year period, and we began that borrowing halfway through the year, we need about $311,000 for money for debt service if that happened like that next year. Just trying to give you an idea how this will start coming together. Our objective is to decrease cost, wherever we can to begin with, increase the use of one-time funding. That SB 90, again, it's going to be it will be hundreds of thousands of dollars. That'll really, really help. I'm going to be sitting with the auditor controller later this afternoon and start going through some trust funds and looking at that. But we'll look for every one-time dollar that we can, wherever we can find it, to help pay down these projects. And we won't borrow money until we have to, and keep the borrowing as low as we can and the debt service as low as we can. But this will give you, I thought you just would like to have that as just a bird's eye thing and watch how this moves, because I hope to see the expenses go down, the other sources go up, reducing any borrowing, any debt service that we have. So I thought you'd be interested in that. And I do want to just make one comment, because I know some board members have mentioned it to me. There was an editorial done in the Democrat that basically admonished us, learn lessons, from your neighbors who had just built the jail. And I want to start by saying congratulations to Calaveras County. They've got a new jail, they have a new sheriff's administrative building, and a new courthouse over there. They were on the bleeding edge of a lot of things. If the board recalls, they were the first to get AB 900 funding, in the state, and they really went out and got aggressive with it. And but there's also some costs when you're on the bleeding. I call it the bleeding edge, when you're the first one out there sometimes. And we have absolutely tried to learn the things that they did well, and some things that we could maybe do better. And without going into a lot of specifics, I just want to congratulate Calaveras County on what they did, and assure the board we've tried to learn lessons from what they did administratively, what they did as far as their forecasting and full costing, both one-time capital and ongoing operational costs. I know that the sheriff is locked in on that, as well. I've got the, auditor and partnership, on this stuff, looking at it as well. Your board from the beginning has said we want to count both one-time, and ongoing costs. And I just want to assure the board that we will do that. I won't take the time to go through, because it's history now, but we have tremendously reduced the cost of this facility as we've moved forward. We've tremendously reduced the net cost to Tuolumne County government by actively pursuing all state funding that we can. And the pledge has always been to bring in the lowest cost product that we can, that will give our justice community what they need for to have consequences into our system, have safety for our employees and the inmates that are down there, and to keep our ongoing operational costs to a minimum. So I just want to restate that again, because I know each of those things I just said are high priorities and the direction that your board has given staff. So And why do I spend the time with this? That's another big part of the picture of this budget. There are a lot of things we're trying to pack into this budget. It's the first budget in the post-Great Recession era where we've got a certain staffing level with the budget structure to start paying down our PERS costs, which includes some PERS reform. We're trying to, we put in a small 2% increase for our employees, the first increase they've received since 2008, pure increase, not with offsets or anything. And we're also trying to bring on a new juvenile detention facility and trying to bring on a new jail. So there's a lot in here.
Big job.
And it's a pivot. Well, we're not there yet. That's why I've mentioned this is a pivot year, and we all need to work really diligently together. And I trust that all the departments will. I know my office is committed to it. I know the board's committed to it. We're going to have to squeeze this one in responsibly. But it's a pivot year, for Tuolumne County, and I know we're going to get there. So what's left to balance this thing? Again, I'm going to say it again. I'm just going to read it again because I really want to emphasize this for anyone listening or watching, is that this memorandum essentially serves as a progress report which takes a peek into that process at a point in time while the budget is still under development and not yet balanced. The county is not experiencing a $1.9 million deficit in the general fund. That would be an untrue statement if anyone said it, or in process. So what's left? Staff will meet with departments to make further adjustments to individual revenue and expense lines. And as I've communicated with all of our department heads, it's going to be critical, but particularly those in the general fund, to reduce all non-personnel line item spending levels to meet basic needs only. I've referred to it as bare bone line items. And I'm scheduled out totally, literally after today's board meeting through Friday early or mid Friday afternoon, and with a couple I need to pick up next Tuesday, meeting with every single department in the county, going through every single line, with those department heads. And I'm very confident when we come back to you, in June, all funds will be balanced. The general fund, if there's a problem, it's going to be in the general fund. But I will come to you with some ideas of how to close that gap. So I'm very confident after working with departments, we're going to get there. The jail funding I've already talked about. We're just going to follow the plan. Look forward to see what that SB 90 mandate reimbursement number is. I really want to be pleasantly surprised. And again, we'll come back to you in June, with something that looks more like an earnest effort to balance, have a balanced budget. Any things that we still need to do to bring any funds into balance, we'll give you options. And we can also talk about those opportunities in the form of those high priority restorations on positions. So with that, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, open for any questions you have or any direction you'd like to give us at this stage of the game.
Any questions? Go ahead.
So just to clarify from the questions I started asking on the last item about the carryover road funding, just to be sure, are we looking at staffing, one-time capital projects, or reconstruction projects? I'm just concerned, just want to verify that we're not affecting staffing, we're not funding staffing positions with one-time funds, basically. Well, leaving ourselves in a hole for the following budget year.
We're definitely going to use the fund balance to balance that budget, the road fund budgets, and there's a few cost centers in there. Staffing's part of it, but there's also a lot of money that goes towards maintenance, materials and activities.
So where would that leave us?
Honestly, Evan, I think it's a combination. It's going to be supporting a combination of the materials and projects and some of the staffing, unless you want me to say, no, I want to peel that out.
I don't want to do that. I'm not saying to do that. I just want to know where it's going to leave us for the following year.
Yeah.
We're going to have a gap for 16, 17 for the whatever that number is.
Right. And that was the point of the multi-year forecast, because you can see it coming.
That's what I'm looking at.
There's no answer to the HUDA.
Yeah.
And if secure rural schools or some future doesn't get extended, because
We're
remember,
taking-
Secure Rural Schools only goes through 15, 16.
It's going to be compounded if that happens.
We've got challenges in the road fund. It's been hard enough when our traditional revenue sources have been with us.
Yeah.
But they've been either whittled away or threatened to be totally ripped away, like with Secure Rural Schools. But
Yeah.
it's with us here for another year at a lower level.
Yeah.
Half.
That's why we need to send that letter of support to get that money.
You can
right?
send one.
Okay. Anybody else?
I have a comment. And this has to do with the high priority restorations and additions. And it's just something that I want us to be thinking about with additions, because I have concerns that the county be adequately staffed when the new forest plan, we continue to hear the regional forester directs that, but we continue to hear conversations that they will be moving that forward sooner than later. And at that point, it will take tremendous resources from Tuolumne County. We have talked an awful lot in the past about coordination, and that is the point in time where we can coordinate with the Forest Service. And don't know if it will be this year. We have not gotten, a definitive answer from the regional forester. But again, we need to just have it out there that there is conversation that it will be moving ahead sooner than was originally projected, and we need to be prepared to be fully engaged when it does get here. It is our best opportunity when we look at natural resources and resilient forests to engage in the process. And I think we already tax your staff at this point with the responses that we have to both natural resources and the water issues. And so I guess I'm looking for concurrence among my peers here that we need to be aware that it's coming.
Let me just add to what you just said.
And there will be a cost associated with it.
The regional forester doesn't drive all of the forest like we're hearing to do the forest planning rule updates. The Stanislaw is next on the list anyway. It's coming. And my best guess is they'll start this next year. They haven't said that, but they will.
And
It's going to suck up.
So you're right.
yeah, resources.
Yeah. That is a priority. I would concur. Couple questions about the page here, capital budget. So this is for 15-16. We're looking at 5.7 in borrowing. Where I know we talked about it when we had the jail presentation about some potential sources for that borrowing. What do we have any more detail on? Where do you expect that to come from? And what would be the future years, the borrowing as well? Because I see this is just for 15-16, right?
Correct. Yeah, well, a couple things. First, let me mention, when I gave you our last meeting when we did the jail funding, plan, I gave you a potential cash flow, over the next 4 years. One thing I was hoping that I could do would be to split the contract for architectural into a couple chunks.
Yeah.
But that's not how it falls. It's going to have to basically be one contract. We could maybe, do from during the construction phase, peel that piece off, but it's relatively minor.
Yeah.
So the way it usually works is you put that all into one contract. As it was, we split it up to get us through schematic design, to get good estimates and so forth. And now this is to go on with the actual design documents.
Construction documents.
And it goes all the way through, construction and in, period. Goes all the way through construction. I can't break those up. So what you're seeing is a combination of...
It's about half of it here, right?
This would cover architect all the way through.
But about half of the total, what was it, about 11 or something that we were looking at? 11 million?
Oh, of the total, yeah, roughly, right. So there's two chunks, and that's what I'm getting at. So the first chunk, I was hoping I could break it into two fiscal years, but I don't think that's going to be the way it falls.
Okay.
But then the next chunk is going to be what's our part for construction.
So this is primarily the architectural component to the
Correct.
jail portion.
Right, it's finishing juvenile,
Yeah.
And it does build your roads.
The infrastructure coming in,
It
yeah.
extends Justice Center Drive. It rough grades what we've called the Justice Pad,
Yeah.
which is the property between Justice Center Drive and the jail, puts in a road, and you have all the utilities underneath those roads to the jail site. So that gets built, and it's important that get built and be done before, we don't want that slowing down the jail, so it's important to move forward, with that. And we could talk about not doing that and waiting a year to do that, but then I think you're starting to play with fire. You can slow down your jail construction. What if weather doesn't cooperate? What if whatever? So we could look at that. But this is pretty much, other than the construction of those facilities, getting the lift station working, you can see our connection fees for water sewer. That's all in here. That's construction. The rest is pretty much design and finishing juvenile.
So back to sources of lending, are we still looking at workers' comp fund or other?
Well, again, this is not a proposal yet, and I want to emphasize that again.
But that's the need.
Right now, if I were to have to balance it right now, that's where it would be. But I'm very confident this will go under $5 million. I'm very confident of that.
Okay.
By the time we're sitting here in the final budget hearing between SB 90, your carryover fund balance, I think will be higher. I hope the trust funds, will garner something for us, and there's some other sources I've been talking to, Debbie about. But I'm pretty sure this will be, well under, $500,000. So back to the source, I mentioned probably the most likely would be workers' compensation. But that's something I would want to, again, come back to you at that time with
specific proposals.
With Debbie, because it may be a combination of those internal funds. The nice thing about borrowing against the internal funds, you have no administrative cost, to it. If you go out to the market, you pay, to be issued debt. And you also pay a much higher rate than if you do it internally. Internally, if you do it that way, you only pay interest on that which you borrow when you borrow it. And it's just going to be less costly, for everyone.
Just dealing with the obligation over the next 10 years or whatever, making sure we're...
Right. And we've done this before, and we've paid it back successfully. When we do this stuff, we borrow it, and we repay it. This is not new, but you do want to be measured. You don't want to borrow it for a long period of time. Those that may not understand, when you have an internal service fund for something like workers' compensation, you're putting money aside for future years of something that may or may not happen, as far as injuries and potential payouts. But those payouts can take years and years and years to pay out. So it's not like county government closes today, and which it won't. But if it did, that you're going to be paying that out right now. It'll be paid out over a long period of time. So as long as we have a responsible plan not to borrow too much, and then to pay it back over a relatively short period of time, we'd be fine.
The next question I had is just the priority restorations. It looks like there's about 11 positions for the juvenile facility that we're looking at. As you stated, for this proposed budget, it's only going to be a small portion that we're going to be funding a couple months, maybe the other position, probably the superintendent position I think you're in.
There's a cadre of administrative folks that the chief operation officer would like to bring on early spring.
To get things set up.
Yeah, they've got to start getting policies, procedures, get things going.
For the following year, this would be the staffing level, basically.
She would like to put on the rest of the correctional officers themselves in the last month of the fiscal year, which would be June of 16. Because that'll give them a couple months on the ground.
Yeah.
And then training and so forth, and then they'll start doing a shakedown on the newly constructed facility, which they'll be doing for about a 3-month period, and then we begin operation.
And theoretically, this would be the staffing level from then on. That's what it's proposed to be.
Based on the projected utilization that we have at this time, and then if we end up having have more juveniles in it, whether it be our own kids or from other counties.
That's the question I was thinking about, is revenues. Do we have revenues in the budget for any projections for what our contracts with other counties will be?
We did in the forecast, but not in this, because it's
only 2 months.
Right. We're not operating yet, so we can't bill anybody yet.
Right. So the following budget cycle, we might start to see some of that maybe.
And
Absolutely.
we'd see the savings of sending the youth out. Also, that money that we
Right.
spend out would be coming back in. So
It's not
there would
quite a
be
wash.
money.
That's what I'm trying to just kind of get a
So starting in
just the ballpark of
This is
what our
getting out here
delta
now.
is.
16, 17 is when that'll be the first year of operation. It'll
Yeah.
be a partial year of operation.
Yeah.
So you'll see us transitioning from the old way of doing business of sending kids out to the operation of the regional Motherlode regional juvenile detention facility that we're not only be sending putting our kids in rather than sending them out of county, but we'll be taking other youth from other jurisdictions. But that's why, again, we went back to Amador and Calaveras, who we'd signed MOUs with back in 2008.
Yeah.
And just
Reaffirm.
reminding them, hey, this is happening, so they'll start planning as well.
Yeah.
Now, they weren't planning on a lot of kids, but they are part of our partnership on it.
Yeah.
But we'll be open to taking youth from other jurisdictions as well.
Yeah.
How that'll work and all that, that's a little, we got some of that planning and thinking to do yet.
Very good.
Okay. Just comment before I ask for public comment. You're doing what we asked. You're following the direction that we gave. I just want to make sure that we do really look at those high priority positions. Those are going to be some keys to our future. So however many of those we can get in there, I think is important.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Just a reminder on those high priority positions, if you want to, you can go back to that exhibit or attachment A. And when we came out of the retreat and departments were asked to put those high priority positions in there, they also put them for a 5-year period. And so when you look at that presentation, you'll see a number of, many more than this,
Yeah.
but they start kicking in year 2, year 3, year 4,
Yeah.
year 5,
Right.
just to remind you that there's needs out there.
Beyond this list.
But it's kind of paced out. And
Something like 65 or something.
it was, well, I can't remember the number. It was a fair amount. But, and the departments are free to reevaluate that, the timing, which ones and all that, of course. But just to let you know, if there's a big difference between, what you saw coming out of the retreat and what's in your attachment A, because that's over a multi-year period of time. This is just right now,
A step
here and
towards it.
today. Yeah.
Okay. Any other board questions? Seeing none. Any public comment? All right. Oops. Mike, did you raise your hand? Did you want to come up here? Okay. It's kind of like an auction. Don't scratch your nose or anything like that. Okay. All right. With that, thank you, and thank you for all the hard work and everybody out there that worked on this. We'll go ahead and recess until 1:30. Thank you.
Public hearing to consider Kerlick Hozu. It's a resolution disbanding Agricultural Preserve 59, resolution amending the general plan land use designation, special ordinance amending section 170602 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, and rescinding Williamson Act contract and executing a new Williamson Act contract.
Ms. Shane.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. The Kerlick Revocable Marital Trust and Kerlick Revocable Family Trust own 2 parcels, assessor's parcel number 62-19003 and 62-19051, consisting of 91 acres zoned AE 37AP and designated by the general plan as agricultural. Dennis W. and Carol A. Hasu Revocable Living Trust own a 10-acre parcel next to the Kerlick property. Their property is zoned agricultural 10-acre minimum, A10, and with a large lot residential general plan designation. The parcels are located at 17870 and 17900 on Apple Colony Road. The Kirlicks would like to acquire 5 acres of the Hasu's 10-acre parcel. Both of these properties are currently in Agricultural Preserve 59, and the Kirlick property is under a Williamson Act contract. The Hasu property is not. In order for them to do the lot line adjustment of the 5 acres from Hasu to Kirlick requires the following entitlements, which are before you today. A resolution to disestablish Agricultural Preserve 59. That would remove the Hasu's 5 acres from the Ag Preserve, and then the remaining acreage, the 91 acres that the Kirlicks currently own, plus the 5 acres they're going to acquire for a total of 96 acres, would then be added to Agricultural Preserve 183. So there's also a resolution to modify the boundaries of Agricultural Preserve 183 to increase it from 178.9 acres to 274.9 acres. Before you today is also a resolution to amend the Tuolumne County General Plan land use designation on the Hasu property from large lot residential to 5 acres of agricultural, and that's the 5 acres that would be acquired by the Kirlicks, and the remainder would be designated rural residential, which reflects the new 5-acre parcel that would be created. Also before you today is an ordinance to rezone the property from A10 to 5 acres of RE5 and 5 acres of AE37AP. And finally, this project includes rescission of the existing Williamson Act contract that the Kirlicks have and entering into a new contract for the 96 acres that they will have once the lot line adjustment occurs. And that would include also approving their agricultural management plan for dry land grazing and irrigated grazing of animals. Your Agriculture Advisory Committee reviewed this project at this meeting on March 19th, and they supported it by unanimous vote. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on May 6th, and after hearing from the applicant's representative, Bob Osborne, and hearing no opposition, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission recommend approval of all of these entitlements by unanimous vote.
All right. Open up the public hearing. Public may speak. Who's going to speak in favor?
Afternoon, Board. Bob Osborne, represent Hasu and Kirlick. Bev described everything going on here perfectly. I don't think you could do anything more for a simple lot line adjustment than what we got going here. But
It's pretty complicated.
if you have any questions,
Ask her. No. No.
Simple, did you say?
All right.
simple lot line adjustment, complex everything.
Okay. Anybody here and speaking against this project? Anybody here speaking neutral? I see no one. I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for action.
Okay, this is District 3, so I'll make a motion to, disestablish Ag Preserve 59, altering the boundaries of Ag Preserve 183 by 96 acres based on findings A through D. Approve general plan amendment GPA 15001 based on findings and contingent upon adoption of the proposed master resolution, amending the general plan, findings A through D. Approve the zone change, RZ 15002, based on findings A through E. And rescind Williamson Act Land Conservation Contract 05 WA 178 and executing a new Williamson Act contract WA 15001 under Resolution 106-04 based on findings A through K. Approve the Ag Management Plan based on findings A through E. And is that it, Bev?
You got it.
Wow.
I'll second that.
We'll have a second. All right. Any public comment? Bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Will the clerk please read item number 2?
Consideration
That's
of
a lot of findings.
consideration of public hearing to consider McCurley resolution to amend the general plan land use designation special ordinance amending section 1706.020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Clifton McCurley owns a 4.8 acre parcel that is located at 18158 Old Wards Ferry Road. He has submitted an application for tentative parcel map T14-021 to divide his property into two parcels, one parcel consisting of 2.3 acres and one parcel consisting of 2.5 acres. There are currently 2 residents allowed on his existing 4.8 acres, and he has proposed to limit the number of homes on the new parcels to 1 per parcel as part of his application for the land division. As such, there is no change to the potential development potential of his property for residential uses. In order for him to pursue his land division, he is asking for your support today for a resolution to amend the Tuolumne County General Plan for his 4.8 acres from rural residential to estate residential, and also for an ordinance that would change the zoning of the property from RE5 residential state 5 acre minimum to RE2 residential state 2 acre minimum to be consistent with its requested 2 acre parcels. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission conducted a public hearing concerning this proposal on May 6th, and after hearing no one speak either for or against the project, the Planning Commission has recommended approval by unanimous vote.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Shane? I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wish to speak in favor of this? Anybody wish to speak against? Anybody neutral? I'll bring it back to the board for a motion. This is in my district, but I'm going to yield to Supervisor Royce to
Can you close the public hearing? Thank you.
close.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the general plan amendment, GPA 14005, based on findings A through D, and approve the zone change, RZ 14011, based on findings A through D.
Second.
First and second, any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 4-0.
Okay.
Clerk, please read item 3.
This is consideration of adopting a master resolution amending the Tuolumne County General Plan. It is not a public hearing.
Good. I won't have to close it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Because we had more than one general plan amendment, we asked your board to adopt one resolution for both of the general plan amendments. We call that the master resolution. So I just ask that your board make a motion to adopt the master resolution amending the Tuolumne County General Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
First and second, public comment. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0. Thank you. Next item.
This is a public hearing to consider Nelson entitlement to rescind the Sunshine Meadows subdivision special ordinance amending section 1706.020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, and ordinance to release and cancel development agreement and rescind vesting tentative subdivision map.
Ms. Shane.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. As your clerk noted, that part of this project for Leslie Nelson Trust entails rescinding a development agreement. In order to do that, the property owner must sign an agreement. The applicant or the property owner has been out of the country, and we anticipate that she would have signed it by now. So today I will ask that your board continue this item to a public hearing on June 2nd at 1:30.
All right, we can do that by consensus, or do we want to?
If we can just have a motion to continue.
All right, I'm looking for a motion
Move to extend it to
continue.
June 1st.
Move to continue to June 2nd.
We already had Mr. Royce here, and now we've got Mr.
Second.
Hanville as a second. Any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for a vote for continuance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0. With that, I would like to adjourn this meeting. Oh, I thought we pulled a closed session. Oh, one of them. I'm sorry. Okay. Geez, I was looking to go home early here. All right, we're going to recess to closed session.
Actually, do you want me to read the item first so
you?
you can get public comment and all that?
Come on.
Okay, I guess I'm slacking, right? So this is a closed session. It's Public Employee Appointment Authority Government Code Section 54957B1, Chief Probation Officer.
Any comment, public comment on the closed session item? Seeing none, we'll recess to closed session.
Mr. Chairman, is there consensus that you want to change the format of your agenda item? Or do you think
Just put it on like the second page.
It would make it easier to find instead of scrolling through.
I mean, we can do that.
Okay.
Planning items easily make that.
All right.
Fun. Okay.
That would be helpful.
Yeah, if it's just on the very front.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll put it right on the front.
Thanks, Bev.